Well, all right. Welcome, everybody. I know StreamYard had some connection breakdown last time and you could hear us chatting while the thing was going on. I don't know why. So this time we just shut our fat mouths. That was the solution that we came up with because we're geniuses. Um, Unlike Dr. Peterson, who goes completely off the rails in our next two chapters. That's for sure. Of all the crazy talk. Um, yeah, I really liked some of the aspects of these chapters, mostly because they just sort of exemplify things I've been complaining about since day one here. Um, we'll say over and over again. So, yeah, I mean, welcome in. It's 12 rules for life. We are at week 4, rules 7 and 8. Pursue what is meaningful, not what is expedient, and tell the truth, or at least don't lie. And I have my trusty companion Castle with me. And Castle, what hopefully maybe somebody else will join, but since no one else is here yet, what's your intention for the session for these two rules?
Yeah, so so going through these two rules, the sort of concept of justice, which for the folks at home is rendering to one what is due to them. So that is sort of the thing that I've been thinking about. So I have in keeping with the lobster theme here, I have a lob and order as my little thing there. So I was that's sort of what my thing is for this week, and so I'm just kind of thinking of that, including this thing of
That's good.
uh, yeah, wait till the next 2 weeks. Those are planned out too. Um, yeah, I was kind of thinking about this thing of one, the importance of pursuing what's meaningful and not what's expedient in relation to others, and others across time. So even like the legacy that you leave and that sort of thing, and what you owe, but also what you owe even kind of backwards in time. So the
Yes.
sort of the momentum that other people have put forward and how you kind of interact with that, how you accept it, and your sort of attitude of gratitude for that. So thinking about that, and then also this thing of deception. I've been thinking about this a little bit. It became a little bit more relevant this week. There's sometimes it's important. You think of the concept of like forbidden knowledge and that sort of thing. Like to decept is to take away, and so it's okay to take like the light sockets and the knives away from the baby. Like that is technically deception. There's certain things that are not appropriate to talk to another person about, especially like talking about someone's weaknesses behind their back or something like that. It is technically deception to not permit that information, so that's appropriate. But also, there are certain times when you have the option to maybe manipulate something through deception, whereas because you're trying to avoid conflict, or you're trying to avoid some sort of thing, and then you wind up breaking sort of the most important rule, which is think less. So now you're kind of juggling all of these additional narratives that you created in your head, and something that comes up later is this thing of now you start automating beliefs that are based on untruth, and then now things stop working for you, and you're like, oh, why doesn't this work? The world's out to get me. And it's like, no, you convinced yourself of a manipulation that you were doing, maybe even unconsciously, and then now you're suffering the consequences of living in a fantasy. So
Right.
that's an injustice to yourself, as well as
Mhm.
the other people you're affecting. So that's sort of the frame that I'm taking this week.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah, a lot of this is wrapped up in flat time. Peterson's individualism flattens time and space, but the flat time theme is all throughout both of these chapters, which I was like, oh, I didn't notice this before, but man, is this flat? This is so amazing. And you get the middle out thinking and all that. We'll go through all that. So I like your intentions. I like the idea of justice. Like, yeah, you really, if he were more Plato-like, he'd be firmly in the Republic rather than stuck in the materialist, individualist, objectivist frame, which is this is yeah, 7 in particular,
Yeah.
but continued right into 8 is so flat world. It's so materialist, individualist, objectivist. It's sort of impressive that he could pull it off in some sense and not notice all the errors that are implicit. So yeah, I too intend to sort of focus on how easy it is to flatten the world when you're trying to do this from the perspective of a single person, namely yourself, which is ironic because he talks a lot about the arrogance and the problems of only looking at things from your own perspective, but then all his framing is exactly makes that mistake. So it's sort of interesting. So um, the first rule is pursue what is meaningful, not what is expedient, which I very much like. Um, do you have any questions about that rule? I mean, I sort of did my little enhancement of the world is more than you. Treat it that way, and things will improve.
Mm.
So
Yeah, I think I've been bonked on the head too many times to not really have I'm kind of at the point of I don't ask questions anymore about this particular thing. I've run into a lot of the issues of not doing what's meaningful and doing the things that are expedient and then suffering the consequences of that. So I think my questions have been answered in action.
there we
Hopefully
go.
that I might wind up running into some more questions and having reality object to my subjective experience in the future, but we'll
Excellent.
see. Hopefully
Well,
not.
that line was gonna come up for sure, as I'm sure you realized. For sure, that's gonna come up at least once. Uh, nobody in the chat I see, unfortunately. Although I should double check the other chat in case StreamYard is having a meltdown. Move a window. There we go. Nope. Okay, now I can see all my stuff at once. So yeah, okay. Well, no questions. So general thoughts about this particular rule and rule formulation. What are your where are you at with that?
Yeah, so I think the concept of sacrifice comes up a lot, and you kind of ask like, what are you sacrificing and when? So and then he also kind of asks like, who is actually willing to do this, actually aiming at the good and sacrificing potentially everything, even to maintain that aim or the pursuit of that aim. And yes,
Right.
like, is that even possible? Now, all these questions, I would say yes, like it is possible, but also extremely difficult. I'll grant, like you try doing this type of stuff, it's very, very difficult. So, and in a certain sense, especially from an individualistic perspective, it actually is technically impossible from that perspective to do these things. I mean, you need other people to do this with you and to show you how to do it correctly. But I think that's just sort of those are just some kind of general thoughts on what went on throughout the chapter. I mean, when we get into exploration, there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Some of this, there was a little bit of meandering going on. Maybe in a certain sense, a little
A lot.
less. Yeah, I almost want to venture and say there was a little less meandering off the topic than last week, I guess, but
Yes.
also that's not a very high bar.
No,
Um,
it's not. Right.
yeah,
But I agree. Yeah.
so those are my general thoughts before exploration.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good. Oh, Noah's got even better thoughts.
Hmm.
This is an excellent summary, Noah. Peterson can't tell you what's meaningful specifically. Exactly. And he lives in the personal voice. Yeah, the personal voice. So this is your personal private perspective. It's the individualism. It's your secret sacred self, as Pastor Paul formulates it. And that's where I stole personal private perspective from, because I'm a big fan of peas, coming from the Vervaeke world in some sense. Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, like I said, I like your formulation better. This chapter is about justice. That's what this chapter is about. It doesn't rise to the occasion, but that's what it's pointing at for sure.
Mm.
So, so yeah, um, all right. Well, with that, if no one has any other general thoughts, let's kind of dive in and see where we're at. Yeah, life is struggle or suffering rather. I don't buy any of that. I think that's just, how do I put this mildly? Completely freaking wrong. How's that? Put it as nicely as I can. Right, which is, I'm gonna tell the truth here. I'm gonna jump ahead a chapter, grab that. Yeah, life is struggle through work. It's not suffering, right? You can say suffering is inevitable or something, but we can create more suffering by turning our struggle into suffering, or we can create less by turning it into joy. And that's really the best that I can do there. Um, I haven't heard anybody do any better, so I feel pretty good about it. But but I also don't hear a lot of people defining life in those terms for the individualists. I think that one of the weaknesses of the so-called Christians, if such things even exist, um, is that because of their framing, they never consider what will resonate with an individualist. They never consider what will resonate with somebody with only secular language and, more importantly, secular concepts. And this is where they could all learn the most from Peterson, particularly from reading these chapters. Man, this just, like, when you see all the stuff that's missing, and then his biblical exegesis in this is so horrible. I feel like it's a war crime somehow. That's what that's where I'm at.
Yeah, it
That's where I'm at
was.
with it.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. I don't know. I mean, and you can kind of see a little bit of where he's kind of coming from as he's doing the exegesis here, because he even goes and says that the lessons that we have, I guess, like as humans, like sort of condensed the note, but from stories and rituals are the things that we're not wise enough to formulate explicitly. So then he's just
Right.
flattening everything down into propositions and saying, no, this is what you guys should have been doing. And it's just like, oh my
Yeah.
goodness, it's so bad. Because also, if you're going to flatten, he also doesn't do it correctly because he doesn't have the understanding from the stories and rituals. So it's very difficult.
He doesn't have it's not like he will never get the understanding because he doesn't have the core
Mm,
concepts correct.
yeah.
And this is where the Christians all fall down and go, oh, I know, this is apologetics. We know how to do apologetics. First of all, you don't know how to do apologetics. Second of all, you can never win that game because you didn't invent that game and you're not good at it and you're not
Mm,
gonna be, right? And what you're doing is trying to inject concepts that you have into the minds of people who don't have those concepts at all, because you don't understand how any of this works, because you've actually taken the scientific, particularly psychological ideas too seriously and thought that they were correct in some way when in fact they're completely backwards and wrong, which we will get into. So yeah, I mean, even before I get into some of his completely garbage biblical nonsense, when he talks about myth, I'm just like, oh, I mean, I'm not saying that that's not in there, but if that's what you get out of it, you've got bigger issues. I think that we, the real statement is we have to work because we would not live in harmony with what we have, but instead we had to question, to know, and to be skeptical. I feel like there's a lesson in there somewhere. I have no idea what it would be. Obviously, being quite cheeky. Uh, Noah, yeah, it's in to Castle's point. It's on the Discord server. Feel free to jump in. Um, yeah, I mean, Like the lesson of the apple, if you read the whole thing, is about our discontentedness because we didn't know. And that's what causes us to have to work. And here he is making the same mistake again. And I'm like, could you, I don't know. And maybe read that over if you, this is where I'm like, this is why people write things on whiteboards over and over again. Like, I will not eat of the apple, right? Like I will not eat of the right over and over again. I just see, Bart Simpson with the whiteboard. And that's where, you could say that's ritualistic. Well, maybe that's why. Maybe that's how ritual works. Takes a concept that you didn't get on first blush or didn't get well with propositions or something, and then just sort of drills it into your brain until you actually figure it the fuck out. Like I don't know. that could be it.
And that's one of those things, like, you have a different set of tools for understanding some of these different concepts. So you look at, like, the word mystery, depending on what toolbox you're coming from, might be a very different thing. I mean, you think of like, oh, scientific mystery, or like something like that. It's just like, oh, we're trying to figure this thing out, or, oh, we need Scooby-Doo to tell us what's going on here.
Right.
Whereas mystery within a more traditional context would be something like a gold mine, or just like, no, there is something here, but like, can you dig it? It's like you have to spend some time with this. So that's it's very different. And so sometimes when he does an enormous amount of projection, especially in the Cain and Abel story, which comes up again. It was way more than the last time. And I'm just like, there's so much additional information being added there, and some of it is just like you said, a complete lack of understanding of the concepts, but also a mismatching of the understanding of that concept from a different tool set.
Right. Yeah. Welcome, Noah. It's good to have you. So let me see. It's interesting that in here it's one of the few instances where he doesn't use his one answer is and then draw his thought out to a conclusion, which I find interesting because it's usually the formula he used, especially in the Maps of Meaning talks. So I found that curious in its absence from this particular beginning of this chapter. And it's weird because Peterson goes into this whole thing where he's like, well, pleasure stacks up against the struggle of life. And I'm like, no, it does. What are you talking about? This is the story of the tortoise and the hare, or the grasshopper and the ant, right? Where there's this whole idea of, if you don't prepare for the future, because the future is not now, and it may be much worse, then you're going to get bit, right? Like nature's going to come and bite you. And I don't know what he was thinking there. He did such a terrible job. I'm kind of impressed, actually. Like, how did you screw that up? Like, you think that pleasure is somehow stacking up against the struggle of work or something. I don't get it.
Yeah, I definitely see. I mean, again, this is also one of those things, if you have enough kind of life experience doing this stuff, or even making the wrong decisions and having, reality objecting to your subjective experience, you can kind of see this, that, you look at things almost like poor neighborhoods, how they have like the most fast food restaurants and the most like random throwaway entertainment and that type of thing.
Yep.
You just drive around through a poor neighborhood, and like you're not going to find a lot of high end stuff. It's not going to be very highbrow at all, and it's all going to be junk, and usually the type of thing that's going to result in an enormous amount of littering around the streets. Stuff that has like a bunch of superfluous packaging and that type of stuff. So, I mean, you can just kind of watch it in action if you just kind of like stood on a street corner in a poor neighborhood for a day or something. And you just watch the pursuit of pleasure resulting in the degradation of the surrounding environment.
Yeah, or at least the correlation of those two things. And it's hard to know what's what's causing what or why, and the major pursuit in the United States, in particular, from the late 1800s onward, was to use the material conditions to drag people out of poverty. And it very much doesn't work. And if you need an example, you can go to Boston.
Mhm.
Look where the bad neighborhoods are. They're in the most beautiful parts of the city
Yeah.
because they were explicitly given that land and put there on purpose to better them. And it didn't work. I'm just going to skip you to the end. That was the late 1800s. It's still a sleep hole from the late 1800s. It didn't work. That's just obviously growing up around there that's the most obvious example for me. It's the easiest one to point to. And plus, like, you can just Boston's a tiny place. You can just go there and walk and see, right?
Mhm.
Like you just like, oh, and here's Jamaica Plain, and here's the part around the lake, around the pond, and here's that's not. And how did it get like this? And oh, these are mansions. Why are they full of poor people? Oh, oh, been caught up into apartments and given to the poor people. Yeah, they
Mm.
were. That's exactly what happened. And look what happened to the neighborhood. Didn't work, did it? Still beautiful, right? Still most desirable, best sections of the city, or at least the best sections around the city. If depends how you count Boston. Is Jamaica Plain part of Boston? It's one of those weird, weird questions. Boston's tiny; it's 40 acres or something stupid. Um, but he goes into this whole thing about understanding the answers to such questions. And it's like, again, that's the point of the whole story with the Apple thing. I mean, I don't know, right? And he's using implicit, it's totally the wrong word, right? Answers to these questions are encoded symbolically and recapitulated using many methods, right? To be sure of the maximum adoption, which is why more tools is better. So it's not merely like, this issue of a ritual and myth. That's not what's really going on. What's going on is that you need all these different tools. And some of those tools, in fact, most of those tools aren't going to work for most people, right? But one tool may work for you. And that one tool is going to work for the same. So in other words, some people will never see the reason to store up food for the winter. Like they will never see it because they don't have a long enough time horizon. I've met so many people like this in my life. I'm always amazed that people don't know this. I'm like, do you just not meet people in the world? Like, have you never met anybody who didn't plan anything for the future at all? You've never met anybody with no retirement plan. You've never met anybody, right? You've never met any of these people, right? Somebody who just rents and they've it just seems like they've never met those people. And I'm always sort of, blown away by it. And it's like ritual will fix that. It doesn't convey any knowledge. It's not propositional, right? But it will fix that all by itself. No, not for everybody though. Some people will not respond well to ritual or they won't get the right thing out of it, right? But maybe the symbolism of somebody having nothing reminds them somehow in some fashion, non-propositionally, of some right. And so you can see all these tools, let's call them the tools of Anglo-Cathodoxy, coming together to make enough people sort of do the right thing or know implicitly. I don't know what that means because in the age of gnosis, where the propositions are the only form of knowledge and the highest value, this is just cope. Like this whole idea is cope. I like Gustav's confirms the same redistribution happened in communism. Everything broke down, but everyone had to work, so there were no homeless. Equalizing is not good. Exactly, flattening the world. Equalization, equality doctrine always leads to ruination. And I don't. Yeah, this whole idea of throwing out rituals, like a bunch of people don't get that message, right? They throw out icons, a bunch of people won't get the message, right? You throw out exemplars, a bunch of people, right? Dogma, doctrine, cooperation, right? Reverence, contemplation. These are all extra tools that help you beyond and outside of the mere propositional. And without them, you're kind of screwed. I mean, a nice thing for me about this chapter was um, secular preaching of Protestantism. Except it's not preaching because it's not moral, right? But that's how the Christians would read it. They'd read it because Christians read morality into everything, and they don't that's the concept that's missing, explicitly, right? That they're struggling with morality. So if you're struggling with morality, you don't have the concept already. So if you're struggling with morality, you look like you're close to moralizing to people who have morals. We'll say. Secularists don't have morals, technically speaking. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to tell people. Technically it would be impossible. I'm just going to let you know right now. Morals are strictly religious things. And we could go into everyone's religious in some ways. Everyone acts out their values, that's for sure, because that's what action is. But it gets into a different problem. Gustav's. There is this idea that rituals won't be good because there is someone who it won't work for. Yeah, exactly. Well, then, I mean, this is why you adopt all the tools and you don't split off from the thing that has all the tools and then pick the tools you want and use those, right? Because then you get, you get weird Pentecostals, and then you get weird various forms of fundamentalism, and you get weird, right? Weird, right? All things with missing tools, and you get iconoclasts, and you get people that go overboard on icons. I'm looking at you, Orthos. So you can get into these things when you're not balancing out all the tools. But Peterson, of course, doesn't have this concept. Like for him, he's reduced it all to knowledge and we'll say personal propositional knowledge from your personal private perspective. And I think Peterson doesn't understand. We only learn through experience, right? And while we can avoid the expense of direct learning, we'll call it, through experience, the cost is ritualistic mimicry, right? So Alex Hormozy has this great story where he's this is on Diary of the CEO a little while ago, which I don't often watch, but occasionally for some reason I'm drawn to it. And what happened is he says, well, yeah, I met these guys and they were in the gym business, and I learned from them. This is his word, right? I learned from them. Don't buy from this supplier, buy this way instead. Don't do this instead, right? He didn't learn any of that stuff. He just did what he was told. Like technically, like from his own story, that's not learning. Doing what you're told through any kind of justification or no justification at all is the same. It's still doing what you're told, right? And so if I tell you communism is bad because it kills millions of people, you don't know that, right? I've given you a justification so you can do what you're told and believe that communism is bad. Now, I don't have a problem with this because I recognize its utility, but you didn't learn anything, because learning is in doing, and learning doesn't exist outside of doing. Sorry, it just learn by doing. It's like, well, yeah, that's because that's the only kind of learning there is. Otherwise, you're just doing what you're told. You're mimicking. And there's nothing wrong with mimicking as long as you know what you're mimicking and it's good, right? You want it to be good. That's the problem that the quote Christians in particular don't understand. Everyone's got the religion, right? If you believe you do not have a religion, one will be provided to you without your knowledge or consent, right? The question is what you're mimicking good? Because most of what you do is mimicry. You didn't learn it. You didn't rationalize it. You didn't think it through. That never happened, like, for anybody. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right. Comments before I move on?
Yeah. I in this section, I thought Peterson started to like
confuse uh, fabrication of propositions with remembering or memory by when we mimic, we're engaging in memory and remembering. His style is pointing out the fabrication of propositions, and he'll reference that process. It be staying within fabrication as he does it.
Yeah,
which
correct.
And I thought,
I mean, those are good observations. No, I hadn't quite thought of it that way. So that's kind of helpful. And then he does jump into, because you're right. I mean, mimicry and like rote memorization, that's how you memorize them over and over again, right? Become part of you. You're not rationalizing them. And we've taken most of that out of school, right? But this individualistic account of how ritual came to be is backwards, right? Why things are falling apart is the recession of ritual. There's a clear correlative line there that Peterson misses, right? And this is an example of reasoning middle out, right? From the individual or the private personal perspective, right, outward to the world. And it's completely backwards. Ritual is the foundation that allowed us to do these other things, like rationalize. You can't rationalize from nothing and nowhere. You rationalize from memory, from ritual, from other structures outward, right? So you don't create the structures to rituals from the rationalization. That is just Peterson being back. And it couldn't have happened that way. This is what the thing that bothers me. I'm like, what version of evolution or history or reality or observation are you using? And you're seeing it go the other way because it didn't. Like, this has already happened in the past. So we already know that like chimps are ritualistic. I mean, if you actually believe this evolution garbage you're peddling, then why are you making these statements? Because they would be wrong. I don't get, like, make up your mind. You believe evolution or not? Because at some point we're really just right up against evolution. Like, no, evolution unfolded in a certain order, not the order you're saying. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you about that. It always blows my mind with these crazy people. This is the problem with science. And I think the world's, mostly completely wrong propositional interpretation, right? This is the idea of giving up the now for the future is presupposed by the fact that we exist. And therefore the proposition is wrong. We have all of this stuff that was here before us, that we should pay homage to our past. So it's not just about our future. Like, sacrifice and ritual are not about our future. They're about paying homage to our past and to that which has granted us the gifts of life, of being able to be here with whatever we have. Like, it doesn't even matter if we have, quote, nothing. We were still born and raised to, at least to some level, because if you're at this level of thinking already, then you've been quite well treated. And we do this sacrifice thing lest we become parasites upon the land rather than cultivate it as had already been done for us. Everything you have was cultivated by somebody who came before you. That's why you mimic that behavior. And this idea of sacrifice is not strictly for the, for the future. That's not, this is all backwards reasoning. It's creation first. And so this is this is where you can see that he's a creation denier, right? Everything is from his consciousness or self-consciousness forward into the world, right? That's progressivism. Nothing is like, well, there was a creation and it was cultivated, and then we were born into that, thank goodness, right? Which is the correct sort of attitude. Good stuff. So having gratitude for your role models means seeing how dependent on them you are. Exactly. Which can be scary if they aren't very good. Yeah, if you even have that level of self-awareness, we'll get into this later, but like, man, Peterson presumes levels of quote self-awareness that are completely unrealistic and certainly not universal. Like, it bothers me when people do these formulations where they start talking about things and it's like, if the things you're saying are true, the conditions you're complaining about couldn't also exist. So you got to pick one. And since the conditions exist, I suspect that what you're saying is false, but that's just the way I cut these things. You do you, man. Fantasize away about the world. And that comes from, thinking within your head, right? It comes, which is all the stuff he gets talking about, particularly later. Is bad, and I'm like, pot, meat, kettle, call black. Like, what are you doing, dude? So, comments before I move on.
Maybe you just want to quickly mention. I want to add to what Gustav's talked about with the having gratitude for role models. And it's something that I harp on from time to time, but the thing of admiration, like to smile at, if there's someone that's better at you at something and that is your role model, like you're actually striving for that, or even if you're not, like it's good to have admiration in general, like that does cultivate a good attitude and guards against, the vices like envy and that sort of thing. But also it's a good, if you wind up actually being like within close proximity to that type of person, you can also kind of filter like for good role models if it's something that maybe you can actually learn from this person. If they're genuinely good, or even at least, even if they're not that good, they're better than you anyway. Like this is potentially a teacher. This is someone that maybe you can work with or support.
Right.
If they spurn you, then maybe they were actually like more parasitic. And so maybe you shouldn't emulate them. So that is something like, just always with the thing of, the philosopher being brought down to help the city and everything. Maybe like, wouldn't he be happy if there was someone that was actually not ungrateful to him and said, hey, thank you, maybe here's some food and everything? Like, that's not the experience to be expected. So also there's something really important there. But, he puts a lot of, just kind of stepping away from Gustav's comment here for a second, Jordan Peterson puts a lot into this thing of sharing. And this thing, he talks about commerce and trade a lot. And I did kind of have a little note here about like the sanity check. We talked about in the past, like small talk being actually a very necessary type of interaction because you're testing the waters to see, okay, can I actually cooperate with this person? Are they going to flip out on me? Do they actually have like a normal sense of humor? And then that kind of determines whether or not I'm wasting my time with them or not. So he does kind of talk about this thing of, a debt incurred may spark more commerce and then build familiarity. Like I actually explicitly told you when I met the publisher for the book that I actually deliberately started a project that I actually wasn't going to need I probably won't need until next year, but I did it first because I wanted to open the doors to commerce. But also I did want to befriend the guy because he seemed really cool. That's not manipulation. I needed to actually do business with them. I just changed the order so that we could kind of get things moving, and that was the cheapest thing I could do at the time. So there is something to that, but also it's there's utility in that. But then he says this statement, the highest moral principles might emerge from sharing and honesty. And then that is where it just completely flips for me because it's just like, no, like you have, again, completely backwards. You approach with moral principles, and then you can share and be honest with this person, and not participating in that is something that will wind up fracturing the relationship. So it is completely upside down.
Yeah, it's also things like small talk and politeness set a base and a baseline for you to cooperate, to participate with others. Like, everyone's like, I don't like that. It's like, you don't like setting up a place for you to stand? Then you're a tyrant. Like, you want to own the scene. Like, those are people who will never cooperate correctly. Right?
Isn't there I think there's some sort of thing in like it was like an art of war thing where it's like he does it within the context of war, but also like the highest form of warfare is not combat, right? It's like
Yep.
peaceful subdual. So he
Yep.
has some sort of statement like give. I don't know if he said opponent or maybe it's probably more accurate to say like counterpart. Give your counterpart a golden bridge on which to retreat. And it's like
Mm.
that is also something where it's like, oh, we can always fall back on the weather or
Yeah.
about, oh, what did you do last weekend? Or, you got any plans? Like if you run out of stuff to talk about, or if things start to kind of get a little bit tense, you can kind of diffuse a little bit by going back to basics on that.
Mm.
So it's nice to be able to have a little retreat space, and even at that, give yourself a place to retreat as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And then Peterson says something weird that's correct and wrong at the same time. He says death is the discovery of the future. And it was like, death is sort of the discovery that you're the end of your future. Like, right. I mean, these confusions arise from his switching of the individualistic frame out to the not individualistic frame, which he doesn't define at all or seem aware of even. He just uses it as convenience. This goes back to this idea that I have that the academia of science people very much are trying to live in objective material reality, which doesn't exist in any form, right? And that seems to be what he's excuse me, what he's doing here. And it's strange too because he doesn't seem to understand the difference between sacrifice and work, right? Work is inevitable and sacrifice is optional with different sets of they both have different sets of consequences, right? Like not sacrificing, you may not see the consequences for that right away, right? Almost certainly you won't. But not working, that time frame's a little bit different, but it can also be mediated by others. See, this is why it doesn't make sense in an individualistic frame because if the world were made up of only you, the consequences of not sacrificing and not working would be markedly different, and that would be clear. But because there's other people and they can work on your behalf by sacrificing, right? It's not so clear that these are different. And I think, again, Peterson being an individualist suffers from the inability to draw that line.
And so much of his meandering is working between those, where those perspectives have taken him on his pursuit, on his propositional pursuit of answering the question, why is this meaninglessness, this evil in the world?
Yeah, exactly. It's very much his middle out personal private perspective on the world, trying to reach outside of itself, and not working. And it leads to weird things like he thinks work needs contrast to exist, and it's like you can define work and as the opposite of no work or something if you want. But then he uses the example of the beaver as like this standard for work being some I don't know what would it be, some natural pre-existent condition of the world or something. It's hard to say, but it's weird that he uses that as the example because beavers are the proxy animal for work. It's exactly the way Peterson states it, opposite to how Peterson states it. So it's an odd error to make. Like busy as a beaver is a thing, and I'm like, I don't. He's in Canada, bro. There's beavers everywhere. How do you not understand? Like, I know Canadians use this saying. That's where we got them from. Like, I don't get it, but yeah, it's a very weird mistake to make. And he associates work and sacrifice with delay of gratification, and I think work and sacrifice are different things with actually zero overlap. I actually think they have no overlap whatsoever. Because you can independently work and never sacrifice, and you can independently sacrifice and never work. Like these things are totally possible. So I don't Like, I don't know what the hell he's talking about at some point. But he does come in. I mean, he uses that as a way into very important concepts, right? Which is regulating your emotions so you don't let yourself get ruled by your passions, but also not repressing them for some fantastical payoff at the end, right? Like you don't want to, you don't want to repress your passions in the hopes that that'll make you a pious man or something, because that's also not, because passions are the things that sort of enable you to work, and that's like that's important, and it's not sacrifice. And they have different utilities too. Gustav, sacrifices are when you move matter towards a certain purpose away from others. Yes. Peterson says to avoid hedonism, but he doesn't say where we should go to. Exactly. So you can see again, when you're stuck in creation denial, you have a major problem. And that major problem is that you've lost telos. And one of the goals of my channel, and hopefully Father Eric's lovely channel too, Eric Sites, is to make Final Cause great again. Because guys like Peterson are missing it. Clearly, to Gustav's excellent observation. Like in Noah's earlier observation as well, right? Where we've got this situation where in fact the creation denial puts Peterson in a situation where he can't define meaning, right? And he'll get there. He'll get to a definition eventually, but it's all don't do this because bad things happen, particularly in the beginning of this chapter. And he says, very strange things like reality is structured as if it can be bargained with. And it's like, no, reality is structured for your participation in it. And you help co-manifest reality, right? And therefore, right, be responsible to yourself, to the things outside of you, and to the future. And that's what sacrifice is all about. It's about enacting responsibility and controlling your passions. That's really what sacrifice helps to enable. And also that memory that Noah mentioned earlier. That's all enabled by sacrifice, by ritualistic sacrifice, we'll say in particular. And it's just weird to me because Peterson seems to have the answer right there and not ever make the connection, right? He talks about how children act out their roles before they can speak about them. But all that means is that propositions are poor, unnecessary concepts of mere communication with highly limited usefulness. That's all it means. It doesn't mean anything else. Like, it doesn't have any other significance. Propositions suck and you don't need them. Sorry. Ironic, I know that I'm transmitting across YouTube saying that, but also they do suck and you don't need them. How do you know that? We didn't have them. It's not like language has existed the whole time, or at least not in the form that Peterson discusses. And so clearly it couldn't have been necessary, because pre-language people built all the things that enabled language, and which it subsequently enabled everything else we have. It's not that hard, right? The chain of sequence of how things unfolded in time and order tells you a bunch of things about the world, so you don't make mistakes like Peterson's making here. So yeah, you guys got any comments before I try to plow through the rest of my 20 hours of notes? So the fact is you don't learn to keep things later for yourself, right? You're informed to do so, right? Either well or poorly. And that's more about maturity, right? That's more about maturity. And that is usually done through mimicry. That's how this works, and formation. And I have videos on maturity. I have 2 of them actually. They're quite good. You should watch both of them. Peterson doesn't seem to have a concept of maturity at all. He's always speaking from the fully developed human perspective. This is another error, obviously. If you're not accounting for children, whatever you're doing is not a philosophy, but it is an ideology. I'm going to let you know right now. You want a quick heuristic? There it is. Philosophy, does it account for children? Ayn Rand, no, not a philosophy. Ideology, can confirm. I love Ayn Rand, but also not a philosophy. She's not a philosopher because her stuff doesn't account for children at all. It's very individualistic. And I'm a big fan of her work still. And he goes into this whole thing about anthropomorphizing things. I don't think I don't think most people realize if you anthropomorphize things, humans relate to them better. The inability to anthropomorphize something or to bring it into the frame that humans participate in, which is what anthropomorphization is a good heuristic for a problem. Like, this person isn't a good thinker. They're not able to articulate ideas in a way that's pragmatic and practical, right? And this shows sort of the paucity of psychology as a frame for understanding the world. Like, psychology is so individualistic that it doesn't allow for anthropomorphization correctly, right? It doesn't do that. It sees that as a condition rather than a way of relating persons to things outside of them, to enable them to cooperate. Now, you don't need it everywhere, and everyone doesn't need it, but some people do, right? Some people need to relate to their cats and their dogs as though they're other people. I know, of course, like everything else, surprisingly, you can overdo it. Although the fact that you can do that with everything else means it shouldn't be surprising. Why are we in this world where universals are surprising to people? I'm like, that's a universal. Why would that be surprising? But we are stuck with the world that we have.
I have two things. So one, I want to quickly. I was thinking, and I actually want to. I'm glad that I waited because this relates into the second point that I have as well, related to what you just said. So for Gustav's comment about hedonism, I was actually just thinking about it, and you have this thing, we talked about it last week. I think that it's more of like a self-will sort of. I want this when I want it. It might be a little bit more explicitly said as like self-wish. Just, oh, I wish. And it's just like, yeah, that's a lot. And you look at this sort of thing of, like the not wanting to sacrifice, but doing so much work. And I relate this to like my teenage self or even like my middle school self, where I'm just like, I will work so hard so I don't have to do my homework or something like that. I will do so many other things. Now I have to clean my room and I have all this other stuff. And it's just like, everything but to do the thing that I don't wish to do. Right. And it's just like, no, at the end of the day, even if I'm actually doing actual productive stuff and I'm excusing myself and everything, it's still hedonism because I'm choosing the drug of my own wish over what I should actually be doing. And so in a certain sense, all these other things that I'm even tiring myself out doing are still pursuits of what's expedient and not what's actually meaningful, or you might say important in the moment. And so I wanted to kind of also comment this thing. Yeah.
Sin of attention. Sloth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That you can work 90 hours a week and be a sloth. Like that is 100%, and so also this thing with like the aspect of maturity that ideally you wind up sort of subordinating those passions and those desires and things that you have. That doesn't necessarily mean complete annihilation, because then, you might wind up pushing so hard in a certain direction. And then like that'll come back at you, or you're going to get blindsided because you're putting too much attention on this one thing. Maybe the fact that it exists means that there's a place for it. Maybe it's a tiny place. Maybe it's a far away place or something like that, but there's still something for it. And you do see this, like a friend of mine's kid has a similar personality to mine, but, at that age, the type they do some sort of art and then, it's not perfect. So they shred it to pieces and they're upset and everything. It's like, yeah, that was me. That's also not something I do anymore. And that is a function of maturity. That's a function of mimicking the people around you who you're watching people not do that, or they're giving you signals of, hey, maybe that's not cool. Maybe that's okay when you're 4 years old, but if you're 13, like, come on. And this thing of, there is a place even for those things that people tend to suppress.
Right.
And like the people who get a lot done, they are actually ordering, they're subordinating, but also ordering in their proper place to the aim that they have. And so, in some sort of way, whatever that sort of passion or desire is finds its place under the mission that you're aiming at. And that actually winds up kind of helping facilitate the actual thing. Now that takes a lot of discernment and, other people helping you and stuff. But I wanted to also kind of tie in this subordination thing, especially since he's about to spend a lot of time doing biblical exegesis in Genesis, that you have, and this is actually kind of maybe a thing that I have, that a lot of times you have like the original blessing to Saints Adam and Eve, where they're told, people always focus on the be fruitful and multiply thing. And they also treat that like it's a tautology, which is not what it is. Right. But they never mentioned the have dominion over and subdue the earth. And that's very much an inform and then raise up.
Yep.
And so I used the example in our Language of Creation book club that subdue or subducere means to draw up from below.
Below.
Yep. That's exactly what you're doing when you're anthropomorphizing. And so you are also, it's a participation in yourself, because you say, okay, well, like this thing doesn't have this quality unless I impose it on this squirrel or whatever I'm trying to relate to or cooperate with. But also there is a sort of higher level of participation that this thing can have. Right. The pirate with a parrot on his shoulder or something like that. Like that's a level of participation that parrot would have never had, and a very cool one at that. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of mention those things there.
No, that's good. Jan God, I used to do my homework and then not show it to the teacher the next day because deep down I knew it wouldn't matter. Well, and this explains almost everything about you, actually. That was wrong, and maybe you wouldn't be like this had you done that, because it did matter. And the fact that you don't recognize it means you probably resonate with Peterson and have the same problems, the same traps. Gustav has very interesting points about that line from the book. Yeah, well, Castle's excellent. So is Noah, for that matter. I'm glad to have them with me, because I don't get everything, and even if I did, I don't have time to point it out. It's good to have other people with their sort of most importance. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this, I sort of mentioned this in my notes later. A lot of this is just Protestant work ethic stuff that Peterson's sort of struggling with, and he doesn't know that, which is why he doesn't understand beavers, I guess. I don't know. It's so bizarre. It's weird. It's weird the way he, if I leave some food for now, I won't be hungry later. Like, this just ignores human behavior entirely. There's lots of factors that go into the decision to not eat everything in front of you, like the existence of other people, right? Again, this is the individualism shows, right? Including your future self, right? Satiation as such, like, oh, I'm full, I should stop eating, right? Practical concerns, like, oh, this food will spoil, so I better only cook a little bit of it, right? Like, that's a strictly here and now practical concern, right? And in the past, because this is all anachronistic, in the past, people did not think the way Peterson says, because especially with food, the reason why you would, quote, eat too much, like the whole idea of fasting and feasting, is to emulate the way we grew up. The most bizarre thing to me, the most universally bizarre thing to me, is a number of people who say, I understand evolution and I believe in evolution and I'm an evolution believer and blah, 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 blah. And they don't understand fasting. I'm like, well, how do you think your ancestors existed? Do you think they had a grocery store and a job, and plenty of money to go in whenever they want and satiate themselves at will? And if you don't, then you must believe because evolution dictates, or at least the principles of evolution dictate, that they lived in a fast and feast environment. And therefore, that's what you're adapted to. Maybe since you're adapted to that, you should continue that behavior. How do you do that? You do that through ritual. Like, it drives me nuts. I'm like, your evolution says ritual works and must be done. Your evolution says that. It's just you're too stupid to understand the implications of your own alleged belief system, probably because you're a Muppet. That's my thesis. They're all Muppets, and they just don't have the mug, which you can buy. The link should be in the description. I'm just saying, buy a Muppet mug. It'll help you to remind yourself that you're a Muppet. Things like that actually make me quite insane. I don't understand how you say you believe in evolution and you don't understand these things. They're inevitable from the conclusions of your crappy Darwinism BS. I'm just saying. So he also goes into this whole thing about other people might remember and then treat you the way you treated them, sort of nonsense, which is just, this is third grader Christianity stuff. That's what this is. This is third grader Protestantism version of Christianity garbage. That's not why you do that. Even if people don't remember, you feed other people because wasting food isn't good, right? And you learn something about them by feeding them, even if they don't remember. Like, you learn whether or not they can remember such things. And if they can't, maybe they need your help to remember. Maybe they need a ritual of eating at a certain time every day, or at least sitting down to eat at a certain time every day, whether there's food or not. Oh, see, there's ritual all over again. And Peterson, his excellent point earlier about memory and ritual. Peterson doesn't account for any of this, like none of it. And it's just like, bro, like, can you logic a little, please? Wouldn't that be nice if you could just make a couple of connections here that are kind of like evident? We'll call them evident. And he definitely doesn't do it. Humans are very cooperative creatures. And that level of cooperation really helps us to build the world we have. And Peterson doesn't account for any of that because he doesn't have a way to do it, which, to me is sort of unfortunate. And he gets into this trade thing, and look, you initiate trade to gather intel. The purpose of trade is not more trade. That's not the purpose of, obviously. That would be self-referential and parasitic. And Peterson doesn't understand these concepts pretty clearly, which is why he makes these mistakes of self-reference and the thing for its own sake nonsense. These are not sort of helpful ways to talk about the world. And having things is meaningless, which is what sharing is for. Sharing avoids parasitic self-reference and degradation. That's what it does. And trading and sharing and being reliable, honest, and generous are not the same thing. And they do not make the basis for an articulate morality. The fact that you can articulate something doesn't mean it makes the basis for articulation or morality. And it's strange to me that, because he says all that, it's strange to me that he very clearly here is showing that articulation is his highest value. So this is the agenosis, right? This is propositions as knowledge as the highest value, according to Peterson. And this is all that flat world thinking sort of all over again. So anyone got any interjection before I try to plow through this in under 20 hours? No? Okay, good. I will plow through. Yeah, I mean, I think that because of this flat world thing, you see this also, he talks about the difference between successful and unsuccessful is the successful sacrifice. And I'm like, it's a silly reference, and it doesn't account for chance, and it doesn't account for momentum. And that's why these things don't map very well. Like, they map, we'll say, well enough. And this is always the struggle. Like, Peterson is very good at giving people the right message that they needed at that time. But in revisiting the book now, it's like he hasn't moved past it. And we need to move past it. And this is one of the great insights by Pastor Paul Vanderklay. It's like, yeah, we need something more to pick up the pieces where Peterson leaves you off. But no one has that right now. Or not no one, but most people who are trying to give it don't have it. Right? So, yeah, he goes into this saying no to bringing a baby in this world. It's like that's to deny the utility of the future and collapse time completely, making the past in itself arbitrary, right? This is why people keep rewriting history. They're like, oh, the history is kind of arbitrary because lots of things happen. It's like, it's not arbitrary because it matters which story, which set of things from history you pick up. You can pick up, the history of the 20th century as this, horrible accident of war promulgated by ideologies, but that's wrong. Like this is just the wrong message to take away, right? Or he talks about mutually assured destruction later on. It's just a wrong way to think about what happened. And that's collapse of time. That's making the past arbitrary. And when the past is arbitrary, all kinds of weird things happen. And then, of course, we have to invoke the great god Socrates. Apparently, Socrates had a way to justify not changing his stance with the hope that it would change the city, and he was still wrong about that, right? And if this was the right answer, and maybe him taking the poison was the right answer, I don't know, right? It's not on the personal private justification that he gave. That's not the basis on which him taking the poison instead of leaving the city would have been the correct answer. See, I don't know why people bring this up. I'm like, are you stupid? Like, this is very self-serving, and it's very individualistic. And maybe Socrates said all that. I'm probably not even going to ever read that. Although I have the book, The Death of Socrates, somewhere. But I don't understand why they think like, no, it's weird to be talking about the group and then to switch back to the individual over and over again, which is, where he's going. And then before I jump into Death, Toil, and Evil, which is the next section I have notes on, does anybody want to jump in or lament the 20 hours it's going to take me to go through my notes? No.
I mean, I could spend 20 hours lamenting if you want.
He's brought out the academic interpretation of Socrates here, and
yeah, Sally Jones said that, academic professing, yeah, or confessing,
yeah.
Either way. Yeah, I'm not even like I'm not here to debate whether or not it's correct. I'm here to say that's very individualistic, and it's weird to put that in when you're talking about the group, right? And the magic in this, the good part, if you will, or one of the good parts, because there's several good parts for sure, is that he does draw you out of your individualistic perspective one step at a time. And this is the thing that Christian apologists miss, because they can't even see it, because of the way they conceive of the world is backwards from the way individualists conceive of the world. Fair enough. They've got the conceptions right, but they don't have the prescriptions right for the people who are stuck in the meaning crisis. And maybe they can help a few crisis of faith people, but not enough, in my opinion. But and that's their job. So that's fine. They should do that. But we have a bigger problem. And that's what I'm trying to address. It's a bigger problem. That's what Peterson's addressing. That's why he has a bigger audience than all the Christian apologists combined. That should be a hint to them, and they all these years, and they still don't get it. Still, so you can say Peterson doesn't get it all you want, but also grab a mirror and hold on to your ass, because he ain't the only one that ain't getting something. That's all I'm saying. Oh my gosh. All right.
I did one just before, because I realized actually he goes into a whole thing on Abraham before he gets into Socrates really quick, and I just want to quickly do a little pragmatic thing there.
I was hoping you would, because obviously I skipped all the biblical exegesis. A, I didn't want to throw up on camera, and B, I figured you could do it better than I can. So go right ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so one of the things, so he just a comment on the demand of sacrifice of Isaac. That I want to tie this in actually to my previous mention of subordination. So you have this thing, and this is, somebody I know wrote a book on this, actually. It's coming out soon. There's a thing about, pursuing an aim, and then you have goals that are under that aim that facilitate the aim. And then you're going to, in pursuing the aim, you're going to wind up completing some of these goals, or maybe the goal changes across time. And once you do that, it doesn't necessarily mean, okay, now we completed the goal, now we don't care about it, that isn't important anymore, whatever. Say in the case of Abraham, really wanted a son, he gets a son, goal complete, right? And all of that is there. The fact is that he's continuing to aim higher. And so the things that were really high on the priority list are not now completely unimportant, but they now need to be subordinated. And it gives in a certain sense, if you're looking at it and watching the list continue to climb up, it almost gives the optical illusion like it's going down the list and becoming less important, but it actually maintains its level of importance. And now you have things stacking above, which are also having a positive influence and even covering and informing that, that are continuing to go higher up. So you wind up actually having, more structure, even supporting the previous things that were of value. They're just, in a certain sense, they're taking a lower place, but also in another sense, they're taking the exact place that they had before and just being more embedded. And then now you have more stuff above it, which is providing more coverage. So that's something that I think is really important to kind of mention there a little bit more pragmatically. If you're pursuing certain things, you get people that are like, oh, I got the house, I got the wife, I got the, all having mode stuff. Not continuing to pursue more things, not exemplifying, a pursuit of improvement and, developing oneself and becoming more of a moral agent or whatever the person is trying to do. And you get these people that wind up stagnating, or you get like the midlife crisis type of thing and that type of stuff. Yep. These are the types of things where it's like, oh, I got the thing, I reached the top. And it's like, no, you didn't. And also people get like bored of the stuff that they already have. But there is a certain necessity, I think, of sacrificing the thing that you have, and there's the temptation to think that you lost it, but it's as insane as if you like. This is a materialistic example, but like if you bring your car into a mechanic shop or something, and it's like, I lost my car, like you don't have it anymore. It's like, I don't have my car anymore, it's gone. Or, I bought a custom jacket online. I just pressed order right like 10 seconds ago and they took the money out. Where is it? I've been robbed, and it's just like, no, like there's a processing time. Sometimes, especially if something needs repairs or something needs to be put in its proper place, there's a sort of renewal period that needs to take place there. Or even like, you're trying to set like a gemstone inside of a ring or something like that. It's like there's a processing time. Trust the process. Like all these things are going to happen. Yes, you're not allowed to wear the ring while we're, welding the thing together. That would be dangerous for you. Like, don't do that. It's okay to not have everything all at once. Just, so I just want to kind of mention that people will experience that in more mundane ways. Than being told to like sacrifice your son and an angel telling you to stop. But at the same time, there's reasons why that story is extremely relatable to everyone if they actually pay attention. So I just want to kind of address the exegesis in a little bit more, maybe even just kind of secularish terms there for the folks at home.
I appreciate that. That's good. Yeah. So Peterson's idea of evil is, I don't know, maybe non-existent. Evil enters the world from free will, right? And again, turning struggle into suffering instead of joy. That's one example of evil. It's not the only one. And it's weird because Peterson goes into this whole, like, the individual can conquer most things, earthquakes, floods, poverty, and cancer. And I'm like, but that actually kills a lot of people. They don't conquer. It's sample bias, right? It's all sample bias. And the psychological realization of evil from a child is hard to take, right? But this is back to maturity, right? It's the discovery of things outside yourself that don't think like you think, because thinking isn't in, again, this objective material reality that guys like Peterson seem to live in. And his whole idea of evil is taken from this objective material reality stance, near as I can tell. And it's just like, you guys talk about goodness without any definition of it and just sort of say this is good and this is not, as though you're judging the world from some stance, which I call objective material reality, because that's how you describe it. I don't know. I'd call that playing God, but you do you. And then he invokes Hobbes, and it's like, Hobbes is wrong. Pessimism is not correct. Life isn't nasty, brutish, or short, but you can cast things in any frame you like. That's postmodernism for the evil, not for the win, for the evil. All right. Like, that's the problem with listening to clowns like Hobbes. Hobbes is just wrong. It's not that hard. And we'll get into this with Nietzsche too, because that's another one. And he treats evil like rational, intentional decision, when it's just as often, and this is really important that people don't understand, it's just as often the result of ignorance, stupidity, blindness, right? And inability to rationalize and poor planning. Evil happens as a result of all of those things. It's not some intentional decision. And the fact that you can see somebody doing something evil before the evil manifests, to your excellent earlier point, Castle, is not like a score. And it's evidence that evil isn't in the act necessarily, but it's in the world. And the reason why you have to pay attention to it, or if you can't, be ritualistic. There's another reason to be ritualistic. Is because of that problem. It's not all intentional. It's not all rationalized. It's not all thought through. It's not all seen ahead of time. And that's sort of the problem. Gustavs, does self-awareness have anything to do with the actual age stuff? Yes. No, there is. The way guys like Dr. Vervaeke talk about axial age, that's exactly what it is. It's the idea of self-awareness. Sort of brought, we'll say, backwards into history. Self-awareness is such a new concept. I think I think we're talking about like the 50s. Like I might be wrong about that, but also the best you could do for self-awareness is 1535 or something. It's Cudworth with consciousness. Consciousness is just breaking the soul into pieces, putting the most important part in the mind and then proceeding from there. This is also where we get psychology and all that. It all comes from this consciousness idea that Cudworth put into the zeitgeist, and nobody knows who he is, so that's usually a bad sign. You want smoky, cigar-filled rooms, dark rooms. Cudworth. He's there. You go. You want an old school George Soros to blame? Cudworth. Yeah, thanks to Pastor Paul for introducing me to Cudworth. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he treats that way. And then he gets into Carl Jung and the roots of the tree to heaven reaches to hell. There's no basis for that. That's a bunch of nonsense. Carl Jung was wrong about many, many things, and that was definitely one of them. Yeah, I don't. Anybody want to interject there? Sally would like to say, what? No, evil isn't caused by scarcity. No, only scarcity causes evil. Once people have money, they are good. Sarcasm. You think? Yeah. That's materialism for you. It's very materialistic, his conception of evil. But humility is a sacrifice of ego, right? Sacrificing some of yourself, your ego is part of you, right, for the betterment of the world. Hence why Satan cannot make the world better, but only worse. by harnessing the worst passions of humans towards his own end, right? So setting your attention inwards towards yourself, the primacy of the individual is the thing that promulgates Satan and evil as such. And it's interesting too, because the idea that man does not live by bread alone means that the material is secondary to that which preceded it, by definition, right? The ethereal. And the ethereal is the thing that allows you to live without bread. Like, I don't know what else. Yeah, you don't need the material. I don't know what else to say. Like, why do you not know this? This happened in an order in history already that you're aware of. Why can't you draw the obvious set of conclusions? But apparently materialist individualists can't do that, especially not if they're into psychology, which is just the worst frame. And then obviously I couldn't avoid biblical exegesis. So I will be getting into that. But anyone want to intervene before I try to wrap this up, before I die or kill myself or something?
Go ahead.
So this that Peterson entertains a lot of instantiations of the proposition that the proposition of evil is coming through self-consciousness.
Yep.
Like entertaining negative permutations like that can inject confusion back into you if you're not careful, yep. and into the reader. That it has at least the effect of jumping, of like shaking out.
Right. It puts the burden of evil in the flat world on you,
mm-hmm.
or on people who aren't you. But it's all people, right? It has nothing, and it's all rationality. And it's very Protestant way of thinking about the world, actually. Yeah. Which again, the Protestantism just comes blazing through in this particular chapter. Anything else, Noah, before I send it over to Castle?
No, go ahead.
So I have a handful of notes in the section that you skipped over. I completely understand also why you wanted to. So just a couple of things. I think just for the folks at home, just to quickly sort of glance over that thing of, understanding one's own weakness, and then, the danger of kind of using that to manipulate others and that sort of thing. I mean, that also kind of goes into the hedonism thing. I mean, this thing of being willing to manipulate other people and just kind of subordinating. So there's the proper subordination towards the aim, and then there is this sort of self-cannibalizing inward focus, where everything is now subject to your will or to your wish, and that includes, that'll start ramping up. So where you start putting in proper ordering, you're putting the lower things in their lower place. In this self-cannibalization, you're starting to just take everything, even stuff that's above, and you're just drawing it down, and it's a complete inversion. So I wanted to mention that he does a bunch of stuff on Cain, which is just additional information that was not in the text. And then this was another thing. I think we spoke on
additional fantasy that's not in the text. I'm sorry.
It was a significant amount. Also, keep in mind, I did all of this on the audiobook. So he's reading it himself. And that actually added an interesting additional sort of dimension for me, because there's a certain point, I think it's actually in the last chapter for this week, when we get to that later tonight, is that he actually completely enchants himself. Like, you can hear it. You can completely hear it.
You'll hear the psychological projection and the tone changes in his voice.
Yeah. And so I found that very interesting. I'm approaching this more like like one of his lecture series, sort of, and so that's
Yeah.
been interesting for me. But yeah, I just more of this Bible is collectively produced. I put a note there, Wikipedia 1.0, and I have. Let me see. There was another. Oh yeah, the compounding curses through generations. So this sort of thing of just dropping the ball over time. And you had mentioned an important point last week about how, a lot of times there's too much focus on, the parents in this family didn't do this thing, but it's like, no, the ball might have actually been dropped 10 or 5 to 10 generations ago. And it's been so long that people don't even know the ball exists. And so that's a major problem. So something just, I guess, for the folks at home to just kind of consider that, especially when dealing with certain types of traumas and stuff. It's like some information is kept forbidden out of a proper responsibility of kind of deception so people don't get hurt. But also there's certain stuff that is just maybe knowledge that was important that is just been rendered forbidden or inaccessible by a lack of
knowledge can be
participation.
lost.
Yeah.
And you can't tell them that, because that would panic the crap. Just lost technology. The idea of lost technology, which is coming to the fore lately, they panic. They absolutely panic. It's funny to watch, actually. Guilty pleasure confirmed. I like Noah's comment here. Yeah, his rhetoric carries pointed emotion. It's interesting to me, Noah, how many people can't do that trick. So I'm glad you can, because I was like meeting people who can tell from how people phrase things. Because of a lot of people can't. Yeah. So Castle somewhere upwards of 70 lines, and I skipped those 2 sections. And you imagine. Yeah, also, I think it was 4.5 hours or 5 hours of reading. And I finished 10 minutes before the book club. I was determined to take an hour of rest. And I did not get that. No. I got just enough time to get my tea and sit down, and then properly start slightly late. That was what I got.
I assure you, I started on Monday with the reading and I still got no rest. So that's fine.
I was going to make the joke in the beginning that I should have started Monday with the reading, and then we should have just done this for 20 straight hours, because that's what it would take to dissect this appropriately. Yeah, ignore all of Peterson's biblical exegesis. It's complete garbage.
Just rough.
It's garbage. It's such trash. It's unbelievable how bad it is. Yeah, I mean, continuing on, because I'm at line
actually 26. Before you do, if you don't mind, sure. to belabor the book club for another hour, I wanted to kind of mention this thing. So first of all, just really quick, that no tree can grow to heaven unless its roots grow down to hell. Very middle out, like literally just like middle out, up and down.
Actual middle out, middle out as middle out gets.
Yeah, I mean, like I get the sort of concept of like the capacity for being, for understanding.
It's emerging up and down at the same time.
It's like, it's bad. So like I get in a certain sense why that made sense to say, but also I'm throwing it out. And so, and then just a really quick, so he has these 2 lines, and they're kind of a bit spaced apart, but I put them closer in my notes just now. So here we are. But he talked about this thing of so much meaning that it protects you from the fear of death. And then this thing of dining on the word of God permanently renders the privation of hunger as a thing of the past. And so there's just 2 quick little anecdotes that I want to make. So there's one, so St. Anthony of the Desert at one point had another hermit visit him. And he visited another hermit, and the other hermit, whose name I forgot, would go, and a crow would bring him a half a loaf of bread every day. So he actually didn't work for his food. He didn't cook anything. Like there was just a crow that would just find bread that someone else cooked and would just bring this thing. And so one time the 2 hermits were meeting, and they got so swept up in religious conversation that they lost track of time, and they never thought about food. And the crow brought a full loaf so that both of them could eat. And that was a silly sort of story, but it just kind of exemplifies that thing of like, they were so focused on the higher things that the food was taken care of for them, even though it's like, okay, well, a crow's feet were on this. But it's fine. You live in the desert. You make certain compromises. But there is another one that there's a guy, one of the saints named Martin, I don't know which one, had a thing where because we talk about like martyrs and stuff. You get these guys that, they're willing to sacrifice and subdue everything else for this higher good. But at the same time, there are people who face the potential for martyrdom who actually approached it with an attitude that was not necessarily resignation for death, while also still having no fear of it. So there was this guy, St. Martin, who he was accosted by brigands, and they had stripped him of everything he had. They were going to steal everything that he had on the road that he was traveling on, and then they were going to kill him right there off the road. And he didn't flinch or anything like that. And just as they were about to kill him, everyone was struck with fear and conversion, and he was allowed to go free. And so someone asked him later on, were you afraid? Like they stripped you naked, they took all your stuff, and they were about to kill you, like in the forest. Were you afraid? And he said, not in the least. He said, I knew that God's help is never closer than when man's help is furthest away. And it's like, that is next level confidence, but also that's the sort of same thing where it's like he, to your previous point, it's like, oh, well, I have nothing. Like, actually, I literally nothing. Like, I could die of exposure out here in a couple of hours, really, because they actually took everything I had, even if they didn't kill me right now. And it's just like, oh, were you afraid? Not in the least, and it's like, that's just kind of an exemplification, I guess, of that sort of concept in action.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, RJ, I thought I mentioned that the tree thing was Carl Jung being retarded. I'm wrong about yet another thing. It's hard to. The problem with Jung, this is why I'll never read him. Like, I don't know where he went wrong, but I can see places he went wrong. Like, I don't know where he all went off completely the rails, but he did. That's why I won't read him. So you don't read people like that. Yeah, so I couldn't help some interpretation myself here, right? By refusing to ask God for intervention in his own life on his own behalf, Christ exemplifies how we should be as humans in our human form, right? So I don't know why Peterson doesn't understand that, or really everybody, because I would say all the people who quote self-identify as Christian who aren't also Anglo-Catholics, which I would say is actually should be exclusive. You shouldn't identify as Christian if you're Anglo-Catholics. Why lower yourself to the Gnostic, heretical pagan cults around hippie Jesus mostly, when you can have a superior position and help people up to it, which you're not doing when you're reducing yourself to Christian or allowing them to drag you into that ridiculous frame. And this, I just wanted to end, because that's the end of that section right there, before going into Christianity and its problems, because I don't know why Peterson believes he can judge A, what Christianity is, or B, what problems it may or may not have. That's already an issue. I think Noah is correct. Protestantism and its problems. Yeah, that's very much what this chapter really is. Yeah, I don't know. Sally Joe, and the cross and the tree are not reasonably same. Both made of wood, but seriously not same. Right, one's cultivated and one's wild, for example. Like, just if you wanted a quick, like, bang, completely different, there you go. And one is made from the other, right? That doesn't make the other greater, right? Because the cultivated thing can be greater than the raw thing. So yeah, Protestantism and its problems. I think we'll go with Noah's excellent framing here. He talks about the alchemists, and I don't know what his problem is. Maybe he should read a book about history or something. The alchemists are trying to know more about God by exploring nature to be in a more perfect union with God. Like, that's the mission of alchemy. I don't know what everybody thinks it is, but they kind of wrote that down, so I'm going to go with that. The characterizations of science have forgotten or hidden this fact about alchemy because they don't like it, right? They want to be linked to it, but they want to be linked to it in their way. They want their relationship with it. And this is, individualism, materialism for the win. That isn't what was happening in alchemy. I'm sorry. They were all deeply religious people, and yeah, Protestantism, problem, sure. Alchemy, result, sure. I can acquiesce to all of that because that happened. Just historical, like well documented fact. And the thing is, Jesus is the one that separates church from state, or moral law of God from law of man, with the render unto Caesar. So I don't understand why people are confused about, well, first of all, what a game changer that is. Like, render unto Caesar is a total game changer, right? Because before that it wasn't. It was Pharaoh equal God, right? Or king equal, king and all his laws equal God's law, right? Which was is that Saul? That's his problem. Right. And so, why I have all these victories and therefore I can defy the prophet because, right? It's like, no, that's not true. Um that's why it changes. So that render unto Caesar is really important to that, right? Because it makes that we'll say more clear. The imaginary sort of imposition of the king and the king being bad that he goes through in this chapter is completely anti-historical and nonsensical. That's all, you know, post-Reformation propaganda from the French Revolution, right? Or worse, some of it's from the corporate takeover, the first corporate takeover of government, which is the East India Company, instantiating Parliament and encouraging the beheading of the king, which didn't work out well, by the way. It still hasn't, which also again led to the French Revolution. So yeah, I don't understand. Peterson goes into this whole thing about the utility of slavery. That's a fantasy. There's no immediate utility to slavery. Slavery is the inevitable result of hierarchy. We're all slaves to lots of things. Like, owning a slave, like a chattel slave in particular, is very expensive and time consuming. And it's not that easy. I mean, they get free room and board and free medical care. It's a socialist dream, actually. Nobody talks about that, but I will, because I'm getting tired of these people. That's why. And the thing is, he casts slavery as the strong over the weak nonsense, when historically speaking, slaves were bought and priced based on their physical strength and prowess. So I don't, like, what books are you reading? Like, seriously, like, I gotta know. Did you not know that? Did you not know? I mean, slaveholders in antiquity are depicted in many cases correctly, but not in all cases correctly, as fat, lazy, weak, worthless humans. Like, I don't know where you get this framing from. It's anti-historical. It's ridiculous. It's completely insane. Slaves were picked for their strength, their physical strength. This is another example of how materialism actually fails to explain observable facts of the world. Like, materialism doesn't explain history at all. Like, history, if you study it, will tell you materialism is completely wrong. And I don't know what else to tell you. Like, materialism isn't the thing. And Peterson just dives right in here. It's just bizarre. And the thing is, he says slaves were fed to lions. Slaves were not fed to lions, my friend. I'm sorry. Again, like, I'll buy you a history book because you haven't read one. The Christians were fed to lions, and as they should be. And when you understand that, you will understand both the problem and the solution of Christianity. That one statement right there, Christians are for lions, explains a bunch of things, right? Or at least leads you to have to explain a bunch of things. So I don't even know. It just frustrates the hell out of me. And then he talks about the Christian revolution progressing, and my only comment there is, kill me now. Okay. Because I don't even know what to say to this. Is so dumb. At some point, it's so dumb. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? What are you even talking about? So before I move on with some of the good stuff and then go after his worship of Nietzsche, does anybody else have any comments?
Yes, unfortunately. So I just want to quickly mention a handful of things. So one, the materialism. So he has a sort of thing addressing. He talks about the alchemist pursuing hidden secrets that could free humanity from earthly pain and limitations, from the material world, which was, quote, damned by the church. So again, this actually never happened. This was something that I actually have a note here just saying that Gnostics ran into their own insufficiency and then projected it into a straw man. The whole thing, again, like the comment that I made before about subducere, like that is very much something that was in there. I'm sure that there were people that, locally either had poor formation or had some agenda and like preached the wrong thing, and lean Gnostic. Like that, I'm sure is the case. It's also difficult because like there's certain readings where you'll get like writings from a particular saint that lived in isolation for 45 years or something. So of course they're going to lean a lot more less corporeal in their writings, but they never actually did or said anything that was explicitly like, oh, earth is evil or whatever. A lot of times when they talk about like earthly things or worldly things, they're talking about emergence being bad. And like if you actually take what we talk about here about emergence and then kind of project that onto when they talk about, like things of the earth and things of the world being bad, that's actually what they're talking about is emergence bad. And then you get this kind of also gets a lot closer. So one thing also, there's something that is kind of big in the tradition of if there's a person, like you think of celibacy in the priesthood, like that is a very, like technically speaking, a very heavenly, less corporeal sort of like top down in informing role that person is taking. It's necessary that they have less body in order to fulfill that role. And, but there's a thing where if there's a person who wants to become a priest because, like, for example, they think girls are icky or something like that, or they think like, oh, like marriage bad and therefore the only option is to be a priest. It's actually long been taught that that person is insufficient to be a priest because this person, they're identifying against. They have no place to be an informing authority role. Right. And then you run into this issue of he talks about he talks about Nietzsche again a lot. I'm not going to go full tilt into that. I'll let you kind of lead on that. But in this section, he talks about.
I'll handle it.
He talks about this thing of saying, that Christians believe that salvation cannot be obtained by works. And so there was little or nothing to do for the humans to do. That is explicitly contrary to the text. However, and this is the thing, what Noah talked about, like Protestantism and its problems. There is an actual edit which was made, I think actually by Luther, that he changed the sentence that says salvation cannot be obtained by works of the law, and cut out of the law and just said by works. Now, explicitly, works of mercy are not optional. And there's multiple references that you could go in there. I mean, I think just for the folks at home, I won't read off the whole thing, but Philippians 2:12 is a good place to start, and also Romans 5:12. Those are good spots. The whole thing of work out your salvation with fear and trembling and stuff kind of gives me a sense like, oh, maybe this guy actually did want you to do something and was kind of warning against the idea of not doing something and that being dangerous. So that. And it's tough because the justification, and I actually won't rail against Luther because this is something that we've kind of talked about a bit, that he did repent at the end of his life. So I have to kind of, as a matter of justice, render to him what's due as kind of like prodigal son, older brother. I'm not going to do the whole thing of like, well, why we're going to like allow this guy back. Like, okay, he did his thing. There's still momentum though. And so I have to kind of attack what is pretending to be him. And so the justification he actually gave, which is well recorded when someone asked why he changed these words, was I willed it and my will is reason enough. Now that is technically hedonism. And that's also almost verbatim the motto for the Church of Satan. just like that's actually their motto.
Yep.
And so I have to kind of point that out, is that this is something that is also masquerading of, like, I'm willing to accept, like, Luther's probably doing all right now. But there's stuff still kind of pretending to be him picking up like the trash of his youth and kind of perpetuating that. So that is definitely a major problem. But I wanted to bring those things to the forefront.
Ustads, the Christian earthly, worldly, and flesh stuff causes a lot of confusion because of Gnostic cosmology. Well said, sir. Well said. Outliers in exile. Oh, well, he's giving you some kind of thumbs up-y thing. Excellent. Yeah, I didn't know that about Luther, but then Luther's one of those things like, stop telling me about Luther because it gets worse people like, no, Luther did this great thing. And I'm like, you think that's great? You're retarded. And no, Luther never did any good thing. Okay, like, let's just dispense, except confess and repent. The only good he ever did. Sorry. Also, too bad. All right, let me launch into it. I do like, so the end of this chapter here, Peterson starts to get good. Unlike the last two chapters were just scattered messes, these two actually have some structure to them where he gets his good stuff in at the end. And now we are kind of nearing the end, although we're not nearing the end of my notes somehow because they are infinite in some fashion, which I can't quite understand. But such mysteries are the way the world is. Even the fact that such problems ever existed disappeared from view. And it's weird that he says that, right? And he's talking about, we solved these problems and now they're not problems. And it's like, yeah, but we've resurrected them. Why? Well, because we've given up ritual, dogma, doctrine, symbolism, right? Icons, exemplification. Like, we've given up all those things and now they're reappearing, right? And which is, usually my treatise to everybody is, I don't know why you guys keep saying you read Plato and then are struggling with the things that Plato kind of put to bed, but people are doing that in Aristotle and others, right? Over and over again, including all these so-called philosophers. As we know, there are no philosophers post-Aristotle. None. Zero. Zip. Absolutely zero. Sorry. They're all ideologues, as near as I can tell. If you've got a counterexample, let me know, and I will disillusion you as to your incorrectness, unless I'm missing something. Which so far, like, I'm so confident in this finding because the pattern's there that I'm not even going to do the research. I'm going to let people try to knock me down without being well read. And it hasn't worked for decades. I don't think it's going to start working now, but take your best shot. So suddenly Nietzsche is our guy. And he described something, and my comment is, who cares what he described? He's a miserable cretin. And I mean that technically. Like, he had a miserable life, and he was a cretin. So why are we listening to him? I don't understand. Like, if you're a, quote, philosopher, and you had a miserable life, and nothing good came of it, and you died in pain and misery with syphilis, why would we follow your philosophy or listen to it or consider it at all? Like, it's just a pragmatic question of why? Why? Right? So no one's been able to answer that question for me, by the way, which I find very mysterious, unless, of course, they're all wrong, which apparently they are. And then he goes into this enlightenment was about awakening from a dream? No. Let me explain to people for the 5 billionth time. You need the Dark Ages. You need them. Okay? We can say they're not scientifically dark. That's true. What they were dark of is the cornerstone literature undergirding the Western canon, right? Which is Plato and Aristotle, roughly speaking. A little bit more. It's a bunch of Roman stuff, obviously, right? And some stuff from Jerusalem, of course. It's all Athens, Rome, and Jerusalem. The Enlightenment was about rediscovering the past foundational texts of the Western canon. That's what the Enlightenment was. That's how it was understood at the time. That's what was written about. That's why it was the Dark Ages, because we had lost those things in the West. They weren't lost to the world. The Middle East had them, and they gave them back to us. That was the Enlightenment. That's why it's important to understand the Dark Ages, that they were dark. But what was dark? It wasn't scientific progress. That wasn't dark in the Dark Ages. Sorry. If anything, our shift and focus on the Enlightenment caused us to rediscover a bunch of things that had already been discovered in the Dark Ages, including things around electromagnetism, by the way, which nobody knows about. Although that was talked about rather recently on the Mosaic Ark podcast. I don't know if it was last Friday or the Friday before, but yeah, they had just discussed that with one of their friends of their podcast. So you can check out the Mosaic Ark. That's Rachel Fulton Brown's stuff. They actually talk about the Dark Ages there. I don't like her characterization of Dark Ages, obviously. I think it's important to just understand what was dark and it wasn't science. Yeah. And then apparently what we find out from Peterson is that Nietzsche is so smart that he can judge if God is dead, if he must stay dead, and who killed him. Like, he's a pretty smart guy. I don't know, though. I mean, I think Nietzsche should try reading the Gospels. This whole, like, Lazarus thing and the resurrection thing is a neat way around this problem that Nietzsche gins up from his wicked, smart brain. You cannot kill the source of all being, and certainly not with sub-beings, we'll call them, right? That seems like a personal issue and not an issue about God to me. So you can see how these wicked, smart people missed the logical inconsistency in the claim by Nietzsche. Again, this is why I keep saying, are you sure Nietzsche's smart? Because I think he's kind of retarded, right? Are you sure Kierkegaard's smart? Because they have logical inconsistencies. Everybody goes, logic, and philosophy. And I'm like, these guys you're quoting are not logical. They're not consistent. They're not rational, and they're not reasonable. So I can agree with you about logic, but you have to ditch your philosophers in order to get there. I don't know what else to tell you. There's no philosophers past Plato and Aristotle. Still, I mean, this claim is going to remain forever. So I don't know what Castle is. Noah, do you have anything before I continue on and try to get through this chapter, if that's even possible for me?
Well, when Peterson's bringing up Nietzsche, he takes Nietzsche's observations as they are.
Yeah.
Which he'll kind of reveal later in the chapter how he got to the wife is suffering.
Oh, tell me, because I don't think I have that in my notes.
He starts to tell his story when as he's talking about Descartes. He speaks about how he started down the same road in 1984, around the time when he was writing Maps of Meaning, when he would try to figure out what can I not doubt. So he's taking what can I think of, what can I invite in I, the individual, not doubt. And the thing that he can't doubt is pain and suffering.
Right.
And so
I see. Yeah. I gotcha. Yeah, that's a good catch. I didn't even go into that. So I need to address this real quick. Young God, 50% of everybody is below 100 IQ. Yeah, by definition. That's because that's how IQ is defined. This is why you know it's dumb and wrong. Is there method of participation only? Well, no, there's no only method of participation to copy the other 50%. I hope not. I hope they're copying the 1%, or better yet, copying something that isn't human, or we'll call it divine, right? Aim up. Flat world thinking is killing everybody. Anything else, Noah, or?
That Nietzsche's God can only be an idol,
right?
And Castle kind of observed earlier, that there's a straw man that's erected and taken down.
Yep.
And that's the trick here being done by Nietzsche. And like a magician, a dark magician, when you're not paying attention, you're participating in the act.
Yep. You're mimicking something. Yep.
So
hopefully it's not the bottom 50%.
And he goes on to present Christianity, like different straw men, from as like central, and then call them a central dogma.
Right.
So, like, and each one of those, each one of the arguments, like Christianity meant accepting the proposition that Christ's sacrifice and only that sacrifice had redeemed humanity.
Ridiculous.
And and ways he builds you bringing in Dostoevsky's articulations, like the best part of this this chapter, because he brings in the way, like the count, where the counterpoint to the uplifting counterpoint to Nietzsche's realization, or to Nietzsche's straw man, the real the more real articulation of how you get out of nihilism,
right?
And what ultimately happens to the nihilist, because Nietzsche just leaves you with not the nihilism.
Yeah, I think you had a really good catch as well. The thing of the projection, because I actually had a note about this when I mentioned the thing of like the Gnostics, or like the Gnostic leaning alchemists sort of projecting the insufficiency of their Gnostic leanings. That I actually said, that Nietzsche is projecting the insufficiency of denominationalism, essentially, just like the alchemists were. And this thing of like arguing against the justification of faith, or I don't have to do anything for this. I mean, unfortunately, that's a pervasive error. And that I actually have a note there where I said I almost don't blame him, because if that's all you're seeing,
yep.
If you're only seeing people behave like this, and it's just like, this is what Christianity is because that's what I've got, and that's all the exemplification that I have, then of course you hate it. Like, yes, I agree, Nietzsche. Actually, for once, finally some common ground. It's actually horrific, because I look at like my own sort of lack of formation, where I realize, I was angry because there was a lot of stuff I just didn't have access to this very important, critical information.
Right.
And that was an issue. The problem is that there's certain tool sets that if you fall back on a more limited tool set and you are fully immersed in that, you're still going to be left lacking. And so, of course, you're still mad. So I completely get it. And it's, again, more of the sort of like the evaluation of the significance of earthly life, which was also never taught. That was a very recent, especially at the time of Nietzsche, like that was very recent teaching, but unfortunately very pervasive.
Gustav's wants to boost you. Really good point, Noah. Nietzsche avoids the idol, even though it fits him perfectly, ironically lacking self-awareness. Right? Mm-hmm. They don't have a frame outside of their Protestantism. And that's where they come up with these ridiculous critiques that have nothing to do with Anglo-Catholicity. Nothing. Like, none of that stuff is anywhere near Anglo-Catholicity. Sorry, Castle. Please continue.
No, you're fine. I think just the last thing I have on there is just, it's interesting because this gave me more perspective. Also thinking like there really is a lot, and I have run into people that really come from a background where it's kind of the generally accepted notion that really that is all you have to do. Is just like, okay, all the work is done and everything, which is really unfortunate, because actually even the heavily edited translations still have the you have the obligation to participate actually pretty heavily as a moral agent. And like it's kind of unavoidable. So it is kind of upsetting, because I also realize like these types of things, delving into a 1,500 page text, or even if you chop it down like a 1,000 page text, like that doesn't make it easier, by that much. And also there's the tendency to skip steps and all these things. And then you've got the difficulty, like we've explored this a lot in our own book clubs, where it's like, you're going to miss something. Inevitably, you're probably like Moby Dick, for example, you're going to miss most of it, actually.
Yeah.
And even with 4 people who all have different perspectives that are all working together, you probably missed half. So that type of thing. And that was Moby Dick, right? Like this is not something that's propping up civilization or anything like that. So it's just these sorts of things where I also feel very bad for the people that, there's this extreme obligation towards literacy, or towards accepting certain things that are brought out of this desire to put primacy on literacy. And then a lot of these people, like, literacy is very expensive, including until very recently, and even now it's pretty expensive, but back then, like, impossibly expensive to make someone literate. And if you did that, then like that person's going to be a doctor or something like that. Like you need that person to be used for something very specific. So you wind up getting these errors that are very pernicious and get carried across time. So it's tough, because in a weird sort of backward sense, I have a sort of twisted sympathy for Nietzsche, I guess, just because that's all he had. I don't like his conclusions. I think he could have done better, but also, again, if that's all you have, like, I look at my own sort of nihilistic teenagehood and everything, and it's just like, yeah, that is actually where you end up.
Well, that's the problem, right? Like people end up relating in their teenage years to certain schools of thought, right? This is the famous critique of Ayn Rand by what's his name? Brandon something, who became a psychologist, by the way, and also was Ayn Rand's lover. It's a fascinating story, let me tell you. He critiques her later on, and it's a mess. Like, he's wrong, right? Like, it's just, the whole thing's ridiculous. And it's a bizarre. It's bizarre that people don't notice that guys like Nietzsche and Heidegger, and they're just immature. Like, at the end of the day, the real problem is they're not very mature. So, all right, anything else before I try to continue on and finish out this one chapter, even though it's past 2 hours?
No.
Yeah, Christ's sacrifice, the only sacrifice, had redeemed humanity. That's ridiculous. And the thing is, he does mention Protestants in particular. I mean, he says Christians, but it's Protestants aren't practicing what Jesus told them to do. Rebellion confirmed. I mean, this is Protestantism is a doubt past mere nihilism. Like, I don't even know. And then this whole thing about Descartes. Descartes was not trying to take his doubt seriously, right? He was trying to rationally justify belief, right? So Descartes' part of the rise of science, and I don't know where people got this stuff from, because, like, I'm not well educated, and I know this. So I don't know what they've done. Have you fantasized the whole Descartes thing? I guess I can't figure it out. It was rather explicit, right? And he goes into this thing about ideas having aim, and I'm like, ideas don't have aim. They don't want anything. They aren't elements of curiosity. They are elements of curiosity, understanding, or rebellion. Ideas are more about your discomfort or anxiety in the world. They're really not like a plus in the column. They're more like a minus in the column. Like, you should be so busy that you don't have wild ideas in particular. And we can argue about what are wild ideas, but I think that was one of the problems I sort of picked up on. Um, the trick of socialism, right? The socialists tell you one thing, but then they behave very differently. I have a whole video on the trick of socialism on navigating patterns. You can check it out. It's a cool trick in some sense. It's also fundamentally evil, but same thing. Unfortunately, the coolness or slickness of the thing is sometimes not a representation of whether or not it's good, because goodness and beauty aren't the same thing. Goodness and truth also aren't the same thing, by the way. That's why we have 3 different words. Why do I have to say these things? But the science people sort of love the idea, if only material were distributed differently, it would change human nature. Like they're such materialists that they still sort of hang on to that. I think that's why they're still, to this day, the leftists gonna leftist. They're still trying to redeem their quote liberalism, which is fundamentally a leftist idea, right? It's no king, the king's a tyrant. Not nonsense. You need hierarchy. Like, it's older than trees. Peterson knows this. He just doesn't understand the implications. And then he goes into this idea that the Cold War was about mutually assured destruction, and that wasn't an aim. That was a side effect. Peterson doesn't understand how enchanted the world is. Like, you can do things, but also there are constraints. And so when you do things, there are side effects. Like, whenever you do anything, right, you're doing a bunch of trade-offs, whether you believe it or not, right? And the interesting thing about saying mutually assured destruction is precisely one of the things that, quote, Christianity or Anglo-Cathodoxy resolves through voluntary sacrifice, which is what Peterson's talking about in the whole chapter. So he just right over his head, his own points right over his head for some reason. And then he goes into Nuremberg. And I'm just going to tell everybody, okay, let me be extremely clear about this, and you can be upset if you want. Nuremberg was a mistake. It was an error. Okay. You can't reduce moral things to the government, to law, to courts. You can't do it. You can't legislate morality. That's what Nuremberg was. It was a legislated morality. So everybody goes, you can't legislate morality, and then goes, but Nuremberg was a good idea. And I'm like, you're dumb. You're dumb. That's your problem. You're stupid. All right. I don't know what else to say. I just can't. Like, when you let the government be responsible for everything, you get a flattening of the world. And the church had already weakened and receded from its role as moral arbiter. And so fair enough that they couldn't figure out what else to do, right? And so they invented a thing called war crimes, which is a brand new concept. It didn't exist before this, right? It didn't. They were gassing the other side and innocent people in the first act of the Great War, and there were no war crimes tribunals, guys. No, it hasn't occurred to you what happened here and how bad it was, right? All of human history, no such thing as a war crime. Suddenly, right? Now they did adjudicate those crimes. They just didn't use a court system or anything resembling it, and they didn't apply justice through law, right? They applied these higher principles of justice that Plato sort of talks about to some extent in the Republic, where effectively in the Republic, what you do to another city-state that impinges upon your city-state is not an issue of justice at all for Plato. So I don't know what books these guys are reading, but their reading comprehension seems to be lacking, if they are reading at all. And meaning as higher good, aim up, pay attention, fix what you can fix, know your place in the hierarchy, don't be arrogant, which only comes from knowledge and certainty, right? So if you drop knowledge or you drop certainty, your arrogance goes away, right? Else, you'll end up being totalitarian in some way, right? If you have too much knowledge or you're too certain about things, you will be a totalitarian in some way. And Peterson doesn't really, see that, but I mean, that's the implication from the chapter. Expediency is all about your passions, and meaning is something higher than just you and your immediate perspective or your personal private perspective. These are sort of good lessons to take from this. And the idea of being psychologically integrated, that's nonsense. Psychology is individualistic. Individualism is wrong and cannot provide meaning. That's why we're here. We're here because individualism, materialism, and objectivism are devoid of meaning from the word go, right? And you can't piece Humpty Dumpty back together again, right? You need to be integrated with things outside yourself, right? In the proper order of the hierarchy. That's how meaning works. Faith, courage, work, and sacrifice are not required for being expedient. Can confirm. And with that is the end of my notes. But those are,
Wow.
ending on a as high a note as I can. And I think that's all good stuff to take away from this chapter. Castle, what you got for takeaways from this chapter, or additional comments on my finally finishing this out in 2 hours and 10 freaking minutes for one chapter?
Yeah, well, I'm glad we made it. I didn't think it was going to happen, but here we are, and so that is that is a very optimistic thing. I'm looking forward to the next 2 hours. So we've got we've got just this. A lot of this is a recap, right? At the end of the chapter, so he talks about acting in a manner that reduces suffering. Again, to your previous point, this suffering that is just kind of accepting the fact that everything is bad, and now I'm just going to it's suffering stupidly, I guess is a way that Peterson has kind of described it. There is such a thing as the either like there's a certain aspect of the striving in struggle that makes it no longer just kind of like an abject suffering, but also the sort of thing of I want to just kind of maybe flesh out struggle as well, not necessarily go ahead.
Yeah, let me stop you there real quick. Two points. Suffering stupidly, right? So that's privileging the knowledge. That's agenosis. So privileging the knowledge over, right? Because suffering's a baseline. Life is suffering. This is why I don't like that formula at all. Now, you don't want to critique the great man, because I think that was the right message, was to tell people that life is suffering to get them over the hump. I still think it's wrong, but that doesn't mean it's the wrong message, because I believe in forbidden knowledge, and I'm a little bit more liberal with what is the truth, right? Like, what is the truth you need to hear, or what is the material objective truth, right? Oh, that doesn't exist. So I'll take the truth you need to hear. Thank you. I'll take the truth you need to hear for 200, Alex. Thank you. Right. And so the other point I want to make is, when you categorize struggle as the mode of life rather than suffering, you can just say, is your struggle striving? Right. And that would be to be better, we'll say, or is it something else? And I think that is the best way to think about that. I just wanted to interject that. So I would just say struggle and work are close. They're not the same, because there's struggle without work. There's struggle. The entropy thing, which is going to come up in the next chapter, the entropy thing is a big deal. And so there's a lot of struggle that goes into just keeping your head above water, so to speak. So yeah, that's how I'll chop that. But please continue.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and what I'm sort of doing here is I'm also threading a needle. So there is something, and I do think it's important that we sort of explore this in the exploration section for the folks at home. That also, and I'm also kind of realizing the way that I'm conceptualizing suffering stupidly is more like accepting suffering as failure without profit or something like that, or without some sort of value. So not necessarily like you can.
So suffering without value, right?
Yeah,
that would make it without profit. Yeah, suffering without value. Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So, not like my conceptualization actually has nothing to do with like knowing why you're suffering or what is going to come out of it or something like that. Like in fact, it may actually even be to your advantage that you don't know.
Like Job.
Right. And
please,
so
go on.
Yeah, exactly. So like really leaning into the participation, but there's a certain baseline knowledge as participation and experience, knowing that there is value to this, and I have the intention of this being of value, that even the person who has had so many injuries that they're in like a full body cast or something, strictly speaking, in a materialistic sense, that person can't struggle because he can't move his arms. He can't really, like, you know, I just want to, just in case anyone kind of reduced it to struggle as in like I have to be physically doing things or actually striving with my body or something like that, there is an additional you know, value there that can still be gotten even if you're incapable of even moving your body. And in that sense, you can still define that as struggle, but I just want to kind of, you know, there's a bit of this tension between like the heavenly and the earthly in this chapter, so I want to kind of delineate that a bit. And then in a similar way, this thing of you know, whether it is something where if a person is bedridden or if they're actually able to participate in their community or their city or their workplace, family, whatever. Peterson has this thing about working to bring about the kingdom of God on earth and these sorts of things. Very much, again, something that, and this even runs contrary to the point that he made previously about there being no, you know, no teaching among Christians to pursue things that are earthly. It's just the primacy, right? And like your proper order of operations, like you're supposed to be aiming at the top thing and then bringing it down and then also raising the stuff up so that those things can be, like, you're supposed to be doing the mediator thing, kind of maybe like first chapter of the book type of, you know, stuff, if anyone had ever read it. But yeah, so I just wanted to kind of mention that. I mean, even the folks at home might find this interesting. This is maybe a little less pragmatic. But in terms of like long-running teaching, among the fathers of the church, that whole line of like the kingdom coming and the will being done on earth as it is in heaven was actually almost unanimously understood as an actual time upcoming in history, which was not post end of the world. And that it's very much an attainable thing that is actually supposed to eventually happen. And this is not the same thing as millenarianism, which is a condemned heresy, which is, oh, there's going to be an actual like 1,000 year like Warhammer 40K, you know, God Emperor like reigning on the earth type of thing. And so just in case anyone finds that interesting, there's still something very much there. It's still something to be desired, I think, and also something that that just kind of adds a little bit of value. Like, it's not, if a person is actually aiming at the good and trying to do what's meaningful and not what's expedient, then they're actually sort of participating in that, especially if you have that intention, you're sort of participating in making that happen and like co-manifesting that in whatever little way you can. And there is value in that, in, you know, in the reverse of like the compounding curses over generations and everything. Like, you can actually, you know, it turns out that if you cooperate with other people across time, you can actually have nice things. So I guess that's kind of where I'm getting at. But also that is actual long-running, starting very early church teaching, if that can be of any encouragement to people that feel like whatever they're struggling with is not of any sort of value.
No, you have any more explorations before we go into implementation and then jump into the second rule, which hopefully we can finish in less than 2 hours?
No.
Okay. Any implementation stuff? Because I can do mine last or whatever. And anything from the chat too.
If you no.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that, you know, the point's been sort of made that Peterson doesn't really define meaningful, and so pursuing it is not helpful. He does the identify against the Protestantism thing. Protestants are really good at Protestantisming for some weird reason, and identifying against, because that's all Protestantism is. And it sounded like, Castle, you gave sort of your implementation stuff in your, okay. So yeah, for me, look, the implementation is really easy here. Have a high aim. Aims should be ethereal, not material. Don't make it about you. Figure out where you fit into the things outside of yourself and cooperate and participate with things outside of yourself. That is how you co-manifest meaning with the world. I don't like the term co-create. I like the term co-manifest much better. And that is what little control you have over reality. Like that's it. That's how you interface with and move realities through your participation in it. And your participation in reality, which to some extent is that which objects to your subjective experience, that is where you know reality is. I mean, it's also in other places, but that's one good, if you need one good heuristic, there it is. That which objects to your subjective experience. That engaging with that and modifying yourself to conform with that which is outside of yourself is very much within this theme of this chapter. And that is the pursuit of what is meaningful. All right. And with that, the next rule is tell the truth, or at least don't lie. So sort of that, aim high, but you can't make it. Right. And so for this, I just have trueness matters. that's my enhancement to this whole thing, and I'll get into that. So, does anybody have any questions about this rule in general? And then we'll move to general thoughts, and then we'll move to exploration. But questions? Anybody confused? Okay. General thoughts, Castle, about tell the truth or at least don't lie, chapter in general.
Yeah, I think, this also, these two chapters, and I like the format as well. Also, of doing the 2x2 sort of chapters thing. Also, we never would have survived if we did more than that. Or if we did less, actually, and did more weeks. I don't think we would have survived either. So this is good. So that's meaningful to me. And no matter what, it's not expedient in any way, any of the three options, actually. But, I was kind of thinking about this thing. I mean, I mentioned this in the opening, the thing of, there is proper use, proper subordination of deception and everything. There's certain things that are just not appropriate to talk about and everything, and certain things that are not appropriate to talk about in different contexts or in different company. But, I experienced this actually this week, that you have this thing where, and I'm especially sort of thinking about the or at least don't lie thing, that the intention and the motivation a lot of times plays a lot into this. I mean, the content plus context seems to apply all over the place. And I had this where, as a knee-jerk reaction, I misled somebody, or I would probably say, I mean, I'm just going to call it a lie, but it was within the context of it. I was asked a question and I skirted it, and I gave like a half truth. And it's like, okay, I know that that's not quite the thing, but the fact is I was trying to avoid a certain type of interaction. It was a knee-jerk thing, but then it wound up being like, okay, now I need to kind of like reinforce this a bit, because I know, and it was all over like little stuff that I thought was petty, but I actually felt, and this is going to tie into like previous stuff, it was all expedient. I didn't want a confrontation, and that was it. It's like, I'm not going to give you all the information because I know that you're going to do a whole thing. I know I could justify myself. This person would maybe just disagree with me, so I didn't tell them the whole thing. And I thought, well, it's not going to matter, whatever, and everything. And then I realized, oh yeah, actually, I'm going to have more interaction with this person across time, and this is probably going to eventually come up. And so I realized, okay, the first one was kind of an accident. The next time I interacted with them, I thought, okay, now it's kind of, now I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking like, okay, now I can't step there anymore. Now I'm uncomfortable with this person. This person
Right.
isn't in a place of like not trusting me anymore, but I'm now kind of like in a distrustful place. And so even though I didn't explicitly lie, I was being manipulative. And I could actually feel my malice increase, like having chosen the lesser good over the greater good. The greater good being, maintaining just kind of an attitude of always telling the full truth when appropriate, and prioritizing, like, I also kind of demonstrated that I didn't trust this person. And I was like, okay, well, I actually chose the worst thing. And I had to kind of deal with that for a few days, realizing like, okay, I've damaged my own perspective or perception of this person based on how I treated them. And so that's something like I've got a plan to kind of try to rectify. But I thought, yeah, it's interesting that even if you're not trying to deliberately take something from someone or deliberately lie to someone, that even in using manipulation, you kind of wind up choosing the lesser good over the greater good. And in that sense, you kind of wind up becoming more malicious in a
Right.
sense. And so that's something where I just want to kind of really drive home the point of or at least don't lie, that that also depends a lot. I mean, even
Yep.
at least I didn't lie to this person. It was just a half truth, or, oh yeah, like I kind of told them this thing so that they could do this thing. And it was true, and everything is like, no, your malice is still increasing because you chose a lesser good over a greater one.
Yeah, the lie thing for materialists is always predicated on this rationality and this knowledge, perfect knowledge of the world, this OMR nonsense. Noah, what you got for general thoughts, if any, before we dive in?
As yours, is that like these, like each rule, this rule, like it's like learn something like learn to discern, like learn to start learning to discern, to like how to tell, how to like what truths to tell, like become wise
Mhm.
uh as you practice this rule, uh and in that, when like this in the, like the sin of omission, or
Mhm.
can kind of function like a well like an enchant, like a an enchant, to keep like a way to keep an enchantment going
Yep.
while trying uh not to harm
Mhm.
someone, uh and so uh so you end up participating in Peterson will get to see him participating in a shared, like a shared story that everyone starts to like agree with, who's
Yep.
participating in it, and how that breaks down reality, and like causes a lot of, ends up like breaking down all the people involved
Mhm.
in it.
Yeah, exactly. When you try to live in a shared story that isn't correct, like,
Mhm.
reality objects to that shared story, just in the same way it objects to your subjective experience. And that is what this is about, right? Um, so yeah, let's dive in. So I don't know. I mean, Peterson sort of talks about this story when he's in school and schizophrenic person comes up and wants to join, and he wasn't taught the rules of social interaction with those in the margin, uh, which is a failure of formation. And he grew up in this small town where they didn't have a margin. It's a small town on the edge of civilization, quite literally, right, or quite actually. Uh, and she doesn't have the tools to deal with what do you do in that situation, which I thought was an interesting story for him to tell. But then he goes into this whole thing of, realizing that you don't have a role here, or that the role that you see is not your role, is okay. Like it hurts for a moment, but you can recover from that pretty easily. Actually, it's not that big a deal. It just seemed like a big deal to him when he was young, because I think he didn't have that formation. It goes back to my idea of formation, not education. And then he sort of talks about sort of the gift of seeing your own motivations. But what about those people who can't or don't, right? A lot of trolling is people who don't see their own motivations, right? And trolls often don't see their own motivations, and most other people don't either, to be a little fair to them. But like a lot of people do see their motivations, right? And that's why they call them trolls. It's not universally true or anything, but it's true quite a bit of the time. And it comes up sort of the honesty works, and indeed, right, at the risk of conflict, honesty works, and perhaps that's better than lying, right? And I think that's important to realize, that you can tell the truth, and that the truth, it's not that the truth protects you, it's that it's still your best bet, right? It's still your best bet. And ultimately, it works out better than going with not truth. And Peterson doesn't, in my opinion, do a very good job of making that clear, we'll say. But at the end of the day, Peterson talks about internal voice as a guide, and that's great if you have one, again, but some people don't, right? And if it objects, take it seriously. Again, that's fine for people who have it. But ultimately, I don't know. What are you going to do? Right. And that's sort of the first section, that truth in no man's land thing. So before I hit up my landlord, does anybody have comments they want to make on this first little section?
So one I want to make about the story that he has, where he mentions like the no man's land, dealing with the nice schizophrenic person. And I just wanted to kind of mention, so I thought this was interesting a long time ago when I found this other information. So you have a virtue that is, it's potentially a part of prudence, which is, knowing the means to attain the end. And it's called gnome. So it actually spelled exactly the same as like little beard guys with the cone hats. And so that's the ability to know what to do when the common law does not apply. Now, of course, that assumes that you know what the common law is, and when that applies. So, and that is also its own virtue called synesis. So they kind of depend on each other. So the prudent person knows, I mean, this is like, it's kind of like advanced stuff. I'm not going to claim to really have this. Like, it's actually kind of exciting when you actually land on this, because it's kind of tough to manage to do this right every time. But that, where it's just like, okay, I know what to do when the rules are in place, but then when you're off in the middle of no man's land, like he describes, a lot of times, again, because you're in no man's land, you're going to be kind of informed by the actual common law and like the actual rules, and then knowing when those exceptions apply. So that's a lot of kind of what this is. And I think if anybody wants kind of further exploration on that, a while ago, Jonathan Pageau did a video on Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, and that is a really good one on going out into the faraway lands where the normal rules don't apply. And then, spoilers, it turns out that he actually should have just maintained his normal his normal attitude towards the common law in his own place, and that
Right.
actually would have carried him just fine. And the fact that he was too busy trying to find the exceptions and figure out all these other things, he thought too much. And then when he came back, survived, and people praised him for it, he still felt like garbage.
Yeah,
And so, yeah.
that's trolling, by the way.
Mm,
Trolls often look for exceptions rather than just following rules,
yeah.
which would have made their lives easier. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The exception is usually like it's out of necessity that you have to address an exception.
And it's rare by
Right.
definition.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, we're going to treat everything as an exception. Then it wouldn't be an exception, now would it?
Mhm.
What you got, Noah? Anything?
No, no.
Okay. Well, we'll jump into his landlord, which is this French-Canadian Quebecois ex-biker prone to violence with an alcohol problem. It's a great story. One of my favorites. And it's good because, it's basically truth triumphs over danger, right? And, you can use the truth to kind of manipulate the world. And then Peterson sort of strays into this idea that life lies. That's an interesting frame for the secular inability to aim higher right there. If you need sort of example of the flat world, this idea that life lies. Yeah, I don't know where he gets these ideas from. Like, is life embedded in something? Is life itself an agent that can do things? Like, I don't. Life is sort of like the observation of agency, right? It doesn't have or lack agency on its own. And he talks about pride a little bit, but I think pride is falling in love with your own creations and not being willing to recognize their connection to what's around them, right? Pride is self-reference, right? Or it's privileging your reference over other references that would integrate it into the world. That's the easiest and quickest way to sort of understand pride. Excuse me, it's just that inability to integrate outside of yourself or have something integrated correctly with things outside of itself, right? In other words, maybe you have a relationship with it that you're not willing to change or give up at all. And that's part of the problem with a lot of this secularization is that we can't go back. What? Yeah, we can, and we will, and we do it all the time. So I don't know where you're getting that from because that's just ahistorical at some point. But I think this is linked to that idea of the video game reality, where you've got the fantasy world where words, thoughts are actions, right? Instead of negotiations with things outside of yourself. Language is all about negotiating. And this kind of goes back to trolling, right? Trolling is about not negotiating, trying to impose your will through language and using exceptions rather than conforming to rules. And language, in particular, propositions are only good for negotiation. They're actually not good for anything else. And that's how people end up being tyrants, right? They want other to change things so they don't have to change themselves. Right? They don't have to make any adjustments to the outside world. They can say, well, the government should mandate this, which is foolish because government mandates don't work. Everybody knows this. I don't know why we keep talking that way. Or, this country should step in and, fight on the side of this other country for why? Why? Right? They don't want to solve a problem themselves. They want outside forces to deal with these problems so that they don't have to give anything up. And that's very much a prideful sort of situation. And it's based on this idea where words and thoughts are actions when in fact they're not. And I have a great series of live streams about this, right? discernment, judgment, and action. You should watch all three. They're excellent. They're very important to understand the difference, and give yourself some discernment. And I did like, though, he gets into this whole thing about sipping margaritas on a beach is not a plan; it's a travel poster, and that sort of highlights the discernment or difference between vacation and life itself, right? Because vacation is the state where you're taking advantage of the hard work that will not persist into the indefinite future, but can be used now to good effect. I think that's the best way to think about vacations. I just got back from being on the Outer Banks, basically, in North Carolina. It was a quick little vacation, right? It was very rushed. We only had like three full days up there because it's 5.5 hours to get there, 5.5 hours to get back. But it was lovely. We did beaches on all 3 days, so that was nice. 3 different beaches. So, we couldn't take that time that we took there and move it further into the future. Like, it kind of had to be used then, right? Or soon, right? It's not like, had we not taken that, we'd have gotten a greater advantage later on. That's what vacations are for, right? It's, oh, you need some relaxation from your hard work that is perpetuated into the future, but you can't perpetuate all of it in the future. So you take some now, right? That's the better way to think about that. So yeah, before I continue, do either of you want to interrupt and add your own flavor?
Just two quick things. Well, one quick thing, maybe the other one not so much. We'll see. So one of them, I just want to kind of quickly mention. So you get the biker Quebecois guy, and then also just kind of tying that into the nice schizophrenic person. He had a line in there where he talks about paranoid people are impeccably logical.
Yep.
I also want to kind of reverse that as well. It just mentioned that a lot of times impeccably logical people are perhaps prone to paranoia.
Yep.
Way too much. I mean, you've got your cognitive overload, cognitive collapse thing going on there. Just overextension of attention.
That's what we're living in. That's conspiracy theories. I have like 3 videos on conspiracy. That's what they're from. Over rationalization.
Yeah. And so you get these wild extremes between, you have the paranoid, hyper logical and reasonable people, and then you have these things, and a lot of times you probably find these in the same people. You have the naively formulated goals, like the retirement fantasy, and I kind of wanted to, and this will probably become relevant a little bit more later, but I wanted to just kind of mention in my exploration, you have this thing of, and you talk about the video game reality thing. I've been thinking about this a lot recently with respect to even just daydreaming, like just a tendency to prefer even one's own fantasies and imaginings. Not like, it's okay to be thinking and to, imagine stuff and things like that. But if you are preferring that, if you're escaping from something and then seeking after these things, this is actually a type of like seeking after lying, and so you have this old line of like every man is a liar, and it's just like, okay, well, you have a person that maybe this person's not lying to anyone, but if they're formulating these naive goals of, oh, I'm going to retire and sit on a beach all the time, like, you're lying to yourself. Maybe you don't know that. Maybe you're not like, oh, this is what I'm going to do today. I'm going to lay out a complex lie and then automate that and then ruin my life later or something. Like, that's not how people are going to live. But there is this thing of, and it's also why, like, the video game reality thing is much older than video games as well. Even though it's just very, very kind of obviously exemplified in the way that, people spend a huge amount of time on entertainment, is that you can entertain yourself inside your head, and you can wind up going down these really long things where you're sort of, and maybe this can even come from an excessive amount of stress from being too logical all the time, is now you've got kind of like the kickback of, now I'm going to spend a bunch of time in my imagination and fantasy because I'm trying to escape from just the constant anxiety that I'm getting from having to attend to absolutely everything. And now you're stuck in both extremes at the same time.
Yeah. Good point. What you got, Noah?
And in the story, when like it would be a bureaucracy or like some kind of impersonal feedback or encounter with the impersonal, which set off the kind of jump into reason, jump into a logical consequence. It reflects a very defensive and that inward turning posture. And the form of truth which Peterson's bringing to him is one which matches with that same logical form. And take like I guess like that man is inhabiting the objective material reality where bureaucracies and unhelpful people don't exist.
Right. Or the impersonal as such.
Yeah. The impersonal doesn't exist. So,
or they can't relate to it correctly.
Yeah, or relating to it would be coming into acknowledging that those things exist, but they're, and then like touching them. It's kind of like a purity response, like you, and under some of the like language that Peterson used with it is like telling him the truth cooled him off. It's like, and so there's like a kind of an emotional regulation beneath that. That's
they're prone to, it's not in, it's an emotional regulation because they're prone to sensing inconsistency.
Mm-hmm.
But they can't deal with the inconsistency of impersonal bureaucracy. Like bureaucracies are fantastically more consistent than people. They're annoying because you expect, when you're in a bureaucracy, you expect people to treat you like a person, and they can't, right? The bank can't, and and some try and some do better. Like I have a credit union and they're freaking so awesome. It's ridiculous. But ultimately, there's times when they go, well, we can't do that. We wish we could, right? Because they can't. Right? But they try to treat you like a person, which is a big upgrade from most bureaucracies, especially government bureaucracies. But yeah, and it's not that he thinks it doesn't exist, because he wants to eradicate it. Like I'm gonna be your worst nightmare. I'm gonna eradicate you from the planet. What? But he's trying to get rid of it. It's not an existence problem. This does exist, and I can't deal with it. Like I can't integrate with it, so I can't participate with it. So I'd rather get rid of it, which is an extreme sort of answer, right? It's sort of like, this is what happens to trolls when they grow old. They get angry and want to just burn down everything that doesn't go the way they sort of expect. So, yeah, let's just see if we can ever finish this particular chapter too, because it's another bear. And I think that Peterson has a weird way to talk about life lie again, right? But it's born of language and thought, and how are we to reference something that we can discern, right? And indeed, this is where religion comes in. It's like, how do you determine things like truth? How do you determine what it is you should be saying versus what you shouldn't be saying outside of that internal voice that Peterson references, which again, everybody doesn't have. It's not going to help them. It's a nice tool if you've got that tool, right? And it's a nice tool for you to do. Like, a lot of people have tools they can't use. This is the classic cry of the addict, right? Even the casual alcoholic will. I can't stop myself from drinking. I know it's wrong. I hear my voice. Right? It doesn't work. The guy, that can work for some people, and that's lucky for them, Peterson. But it doesn't work for most people, and it's unlucky for them. And you're really not giving them a tool for that. And this is, again, he's trapped in the propositional thing. And he goes into the life is suffering thing again, which, again, life is struggle, not suffering. You can turn it into suffering or joy if you want, but you're going to struggle one way or the other, to the earlier point that we made on that. And the thing is, Peterson puts a lot on, trying to reveal yourself to people outside of you. But if you don't try to reveal yourself to those outside of you, the bottom line is you'll be bad at communicating and even thinking about yourself, right? And you'll deny yourself cooperation from their feedback, right? Which may have been there all along. Like, they might have been telling you things that until you pointed at yourself, you didn't have access to hear, right? And that's the paucity of the personal private perspective, is that when you get trapped in that, and the only way out, we'll say, is language or propositions, you're going to run into a problem. And then, of course, Peterson doubles down on the problems and starts talking about genetics, without noticing that the material changes that he's talking about in the epigenome happen after you go somewhere. They're not driving it. Something else is driving the changes, and it's not actually the outside necessarily that's doing it. Peterson's not able to make that connection because he's too much of a materialist. This is where his materialism really sort of shines again. And then he goes into this idea that saying no is a good skill, but without eyes to see and mechanisms to know right from wrong, you still won't say no when you should, right? And this is where Anglo-Cathodoxy comes to the rescue for you, right? And listening to other people and being under obedience and submitting to authorities, like, can help you with all this, so you don't kind of run into this larger problem, right? And I think I'll stop it there and let you two jump in if you've got something.
Yeah. So I think one of there's a couple of notes that I have here. And I did think that he had some pretty decent points in this section that I want to kind of play off of. But I also did notice the same sort of thing of the materialism sort of holding these points back. So there's these two notes that I have here. The hiding from others reduces potential, and also bold exploration forces who you could be to become present by necessity. And I want to just kind of relate that actually to the abstract concept of evolution. So you have this thing of things unfolding, and hopefully not unraveling, which is also something that happens. Genes are material and are as such subject to entropy, which people tend to forget. Also, renewal is also a possibility, but who's doing that these days? And so you have this thing of, if you're hiding from others, then you are completely closing off any possibility for relationship. And you're also, to your point, not receiving any sort of feedback. You're not capable of cooperation. You're not doing any of these things. And so you are not developing this sort of who you could be. Becoming present by necessity is a little emergency for me, but at the same time, I do also want to relate that, I think, to maturity. So you have this thing that we discussed last week of maturity not so much being now I'm independent. It's like, no, actually, now you're dependent on a lot more things, and you're participating in a lot more arenas than just like, okay, like childhood, bedroom, and like family and school and stuff. Now you have a ton of other relationships. You've got business relationships. You're now dependent on like, your relationship with the garbage men that come on Tuesdays and like these sorts of things. All that stuff is now a relationship that you have, that you're depending on these people for what you're trying to do. And so you wind up if you wind up hiding from that, you wind up, again, becoming sort of turned inwards. So that itself is going to wind up bringing you towards more of this nihilistic or
self-parasitic. It's reciprocally narrowing, to use Vervaeke terms.
Yeah. So yeah, just wanted to kind of mention that. I don't know if we got quite yet to the point where he talks. It's a little bit much of this kind of gamification thing, which is maybe not the right frame, but he has this thing where actually to the point of framing, he says, playing a game defines it as important. So you also show what your attention is on by what you're engaging with. And he says, if a move doesn't help you win, it's a bad move. And I have there in parentheses, fail fast. So that thing of it's okay if you make a move that didn't actually progress the winning. If you failed quickly, then it wasn't necessarily a bad move because now you can make another move.
Yeah. Yeah. Associations are types of relationships, but yeah, I don't know why a young guy doesn't know that, but now hopefully he does. Yeah, so I'll just continue on. The idea of modern philosophy posits that reality can be improved through reading, education, learning, thinking, talking alone, rather than action in the world, right? And this is why Aristotle and Plato had it right, because they fundamentally understood that you are not a philosopher unless you hang out in the gym, right? Young God, just because you don't like the result of your participation just means you need to stop being a jerk. That's all that means. I hate to break it to you. There's your association and your relationship. Yeah, your feels mean so less than nothing to me. It's hard to imagine. And yet here we are. And then Peterson goes into this whole thing where he talks about willful blindness as the 800-pound gorilla in the room. And the interesting thing about that is that he had to bring that up after he brought up the whole thing about the gorilla and the basketballs. And I'm like, do you not see the contradiction here? Young God, we know you love yourself, but don't brag about it, dude. You don't seem to recognize the contradiction in the gorilla experiment if you're talking about the 800-pound gorilla in the room and using that as a methodology to say you're willfully blind. Willful blindness as a formulation is already flawed completely and can't be fixed. It can't be fixed. You can bring things to people's awareness and never get their attention. You can have people attend to things and still not be able to interface or react to them. This is an unhelpful line of reasoning on Peterson's part. I don't know why he goes into it. How do we attend to the 800-pound gorilla in the room, right? What trains attention? The world is attention, after all, according to Jonathan Peugeot. He's absolutely right about that. But your will is wrapped up in what you attend to. It can't act outside of your attention. So even within the realm of your awareness, you can't act, right? It's only within the realm of your attention that you might be able to act, right? And so that's also dependent upon a bunch of things, right? And so its awareness is the big bucket, attention is the smaller bucket, and then your ability to act is dependent upon a bunch of other things that have nothing to do with awareness and attention. But if you don't pass the awareness filter, you're not getting the attention filter. And just because you pass the attention filter doesn't mean you're going to be able to act. And Peterson doesn't seem aware of this because self-consciousness, awareness, attention, and a will, right, is all you need, right? But that's not correct at all. This is where his materialism and individualism just comes, shining right forth again. And the thing about the games is people play unimportant games all the time. And this is actually technically why we can't have nice things right now, like trolls, for example, right? Like they're playing unimportant games and using their time, energy, and attention on something that is fundamentally destructive rather than something that's actually manifests something positive in the world. And this is, more self-referential materialism garbage, right? Like emergence is good. We only do things because we meant to, and because we meant to, they must be good. And it's like, no, none of that is true, right? And materialism doesn't acknowledge where it came from. And that's very much the problem here. But then Peterson goes into this thing where he says to accept the truth means to sacrifice. I was like, well, not necessarily, but it can, and that is a good sort of a way to engage, is to recognize that fact, right? Jasmine, maybe you need the diabolical. I don't know what you mean in this context, as well as the symbolic. No, you definitely need the symbolic. There's no corollary. There's nothing on the same layer of analysis with the symbolic. So I don't know why you're putting something else there. So if you can ask that better, then maybe I can answer it. And it's weird because Peterson goes into this whole self-justification thing, right? But he says, like, if you didn't get what you wanted, that means you're wrong and you have more to learn. And that's actually false. There are plenty of things outside of your control. This is just more middle out thinking, like the individual is the prime actor of the world, and therefore if they do something and it doesn't work, they must not be aligned to the world. That's actually technically incorrect. This is again where ritual works really well. You do the same thing over and over again, and sometimes you get a different result. and that's actually not incorrect or insane or whatever. But it's also not arbitrary. That's where people get wrapped up. Rituals are not arbitrary. You can develop an arbitrary ritual, but that's a different problem, right? And that's why it's framed exactly backwards, because it's exactly different. And in fact, this is how we get into this situation of not always believing that we're wrong immediately, is the fact that just because you do something once and it doesn't work doesn't mean you did the wrong thing. And because of that fact of the world that's observable by everybody, and everyone's run into that once or twice, doesn't maybe they didn't do the same thing the second time, but they didn't necessarily know, right? And so we use that with our ego instead and go down the wrong road. So no, I mean, all of that is just flat out incorrect. Jasmine, I'm correlating attention with the symbolic. I don't know why. The two are completely separate. It means to bring together. What does the attention or symbolic? Neither of them mean to bring together. Diabolic means to take apart. Okay, well, don't ever do that. How's that? Maybe you need both. No, you can't take anything apart. Don't do that. How's that? Simple. Don't be a rebel. Don't be a science guy. Don't dissect. Don't deconstruct. These are nonsense frames. They're identification against the wholeness, right? The whole is not the sum of the parts. It's greater than the sum of the parts. The unity might be the sum of the parts, but that's why it's evil. So, nah, there's no reason to go down that road. Like, why are we carving things up? Like, all the things that could be carved up and ontologized, that was Aristotle and Plato took care of that for you. Like, for real. Like, we don't, and yet we can say, like, well, science has done some wonderful things. Well, science lies and makes a lot of claims about things it had nothing to do with all the time. Like, a lot of people say, well, you need Einstein's relativity to do GPSs. That's a flat out lie. It's so wrong. It's hysterically wrong. Also, Einstein's relativity equations are in Maxwell's equations. So Einstein, not so much. I'm just going to tell you right now. I just learned that recently, by the way. So I think that this idea of splitting things apart, we've had enough of that. That's what got us into the flood that we're in with all the stuff to begin with. That's the sin of science, if we will. And so we don't need that. We've had too much of it. That's where I'm going to go with that. I hope that helps. And I think Peterson's guilty of this too, right? To the point. Like, he's very much using a psychological frame to do a scientific dissection of a bunch of religious things under the guise of philosophy. And it's not working. I mean, that's the theme for these two chapters for sure. Not for the whole book by any means. And, just to give Peterson his due, the simplistic way of talking about improvement that he's using here, that I just basically said is completely incorrect, does have its utility. It's a simplistic way of doing things. It's better than stewing in your anger, resentment, and sloth. The problem is if you're continually changing, because you're going, oh, what I'm doing is wrong, I'm going to fail fast, that will develop more anger than you can imagine, because you get this momentum around being angry and changing too quickly, we'll say. And that's why this is why the individualist frame doesn't work. You need help, right? Like if you wanted to write a book like this, and you would need some help, like an editor, right? And an artist, and Gustav's and Bruce, and years of talking to people about Peterson's work and Vervaeke's work. That's how you make a book, right? It's not an individualistic process at all. It's not. So 90% of that material was written 4 years ago. It didn't become a book, right? And actually, the remarkable speed with which we made that book is sort of miraculous at some level. Although, to be fair, again, it had been written 4 years ago to some extent, right? It had to be coordinated and edited. The individualism can't do that ever, at all. And the idea that we dissect things and talk about my role in this is the thing that made the problems that we have right now. Noah, do you have something to say before I try to move on? If I can ever finish, which maybe I can't. That's my fault, not yours. I'll take your mic being muted as a no. But feel free to poke in if you do have something. I don't want to. This isn't the Mark show, unfortunately. Even though I have that on Fridays, a pirate live stream. I don't need it here too. Yeah, I mean, he's got some contrived examples of cowardice, but yes, also don't be a coward. Unfortunately, that's contrary to the previous message of if you try something and you fail, just try something else and make a change. Like that's cowardice, actually. So it's a little contradictory in a sort of sneaky way that most people won't notice. And it's weird too, because he goes into this whole thing about Solzhenitsyn put to bed the idea that that there was any merit to communism, and that communism hasn't been tried. And it's kind of like, but that was in the 70s, and people have been saying it ever since. So the fact that you believe that is a little ivory tower weird, man, because we're still going through that. Like, people are still saying true communism hasn't been tried. So I don't know why he wrote that in his book. It's observably incorrect. And this is why we can't trust academics. They are oblivious to their own failings and impervious to simple observation, right? They're powerless in the face of being wrong rather than taking action to fix things, which is ironic given his advice to, if you're wrong, like, just own up to it and move on, right? So anyone, before I dive into more some good stuff and some bad stuff here?
So I think, again, I know we're kind of getting to a point. Our notes are very different, so I'm trying to also keep track of where in the book you were, and also you did it by text and I did it by audio, so it's a little difficult to match these up. So
yeah,
there was the bit where he does this kind of famous thing on Deadwood, and I don't know if that's coming up. Something that's kind of interesting about that. I mean, like,
I skipped all that, so go ahead.
Yeah. I guess just for the folks at home, a little bit of a refresher. You have this thing of building up too many things that are unaddressed, and then having to address all of them at once can be utterly crippling, or maybe even permanently disabling if you have that. And I mean, coming from growing up in California, you got the whole problem where they imported all these eucalyptus trees, and then they let all the deadwood go, and it turns out that eucalyptus is extremely flammable. And things are prone to catch on fire over there anyway. So you have this issue of like, oh, you're not allowed to burn them. Also, they're extremely flammable. And now they have all of this additional dead wood, and this thing of just dead wood in general. If you have enough of it, it can burn so hot, it just destroys the soil.
Yep.
And this is sort of, I mean, like, in a religious context, people can understand this of like the parable of the wheat and the tares, and why, like, you let things grow and then you separate them and then you do that. if they're so interspersed, this is also sort of my thing on like witch burning, where it's just like, well, the problem is maybe there was a time when you could pull that off, but now there's so many that I'm not sure if you started doing witch burning that you you wouldn't just wind up burning everything else, like actually everything else, because there's so many. So it's an unfortunate reality, but
You'd set the world, you'd set the atmosphere on fire like Stalin tried to do.
yeah. And so, it's pretty wild, but just that, and just these two sort of things, I'm kind of just guessing I'm in the same area, this thing of contributing to corruption by not complaining. Sometimes you have to say something. And I want to maybe add to that. You had this issue. I was thinking of, you get like these large scale walkouts of, say, like a police department or something like that. They recognize corruption. Everybody walks out. The problem with that is that, and maybe that's the correct decision. There's a lot of factors, right? But also, if they get replaced, they're probably getting replaced with yes men. And so there's the issue of trying to maintain and renew as best as you can a struggling structure, especially if it's an essential structure, not abandoning it unless you absolutely have to. And especially if it's like essential services. I mean, I guess you could argue that whether or not police departments are strictly speaking essential in certain rural areas and stuff. But the fact is, when you get these things and they're protesting a certain thing, you can sometimes wind up contributing to the problem by not raising your voice about it. But also,
Right.
if you're outside the structure, then what kind of influence can you actually do?
That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
There's no discernment here. This is why I said, his flat world is killing him, because he what's cowardice and what's, correctly, not engaging with the dragon you can't defeat. Just because you did something once doesn't mean you were wrong, right? There's lots of conditions, right? And how do you learn if you don't try again and fail again, right? So he's not integrating these concepts very well at all, right? Because he doesn't have discernment, because it's a flat world. That's what happens to a flat world. You lose discernment.
Yeah. And I think a really great case study for this, and I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but that guy, Colonel David Hackworth, he fought in the Korean War, and then he was a commander in the Vietnam War. And he saw so much corruption in the military. Like, this was the type of guy, he was actually a surprisingly short guy, but he casted a long shadow. And the guy would consistently get in fistfights with his superiors over things, even as like a commanding officer. Like, people would see him like physically fighting with fists sometimes, his superiors, and that was just how they handled things. But there actually became a point where you kind of run into the sort of corruption that they would have, where you need to take this hill, and then actually now we need you to retreat. They give the enemy enough time to retake the hill, and now you're just getting casualties as you keep taking the same location over and over again. And people were not listening to the people who were actually on the ground paying attention to things.
Right.
And so you had that corruption, and the problem was he was actually talking about the things that were going on. And it's an interesting case study because he blew up his career publicly. He went on, I don't know if it was CNN or what, but he called people out by name for their corruption. He did an interview and he publicly called these people out. And then he actually went on the run for about a year. Like, the government was actually after him. Now, he lived out his days peacefully in Australia. Actually, he was a restaurateur. Things worked out pretty well. After a while, after the dead wood finally burned, but that took a while. But there's an interesting thing of, if he had stayed in the military, he probably would have made general, despite his pugilism and all these things. And so it makes you wonder, on one hand, how much influence could he have had? But also, here's a man who was being absolutely crushed with the corruption that he was seeing. And seeing the consequences of that so close to him, that here's a man who is also completely overloaded and not receiving any sort of support from the people around him. Right. So you end up in this sort of thing. And I'm just kind of offering this as like a case study for discernment and high contrast, that, it's maybe not necessary to determine, what he did was the right thing or the wrong thing. He was just at his capacity for what he could do. But you can kind of see this of, sometimes you have to take the stand. Sometimes you wind up kind of sacrificing yourself. If you could manage it, maybe you could stick around in the corrupt structure for longer and have a better influence. But I mean, that's going to take some heavy discernment and a lot of outside support as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. There's lots of exemplars of this stuff out there, and Peterson doesn't seem to know any of these stories, which is unfortunate. It's very middle out, right? It's very, this is the way I observe the world, and not this is the way the world is, right? From observations, which are two different things. It's personal private perspective versus preferring the observation of the world, which, can be tough on your ego. Yeah, I mean, Peterson goes into this thing where he says deceitful, inauthentic individual existence is the precursor to social totalitarianism. That's a correlation versus causation error. And we should kind of break that down. Your, say, ability to be a totalitarian will manifest in deceit. Unfortunately, good rulership also contains what some people would consider deceit. And so from the bottom, these things are very hard to determine. Did the king lie, or did the king tell me what I needed to hear in the moment that I needed to hear it? Right. And this is where the discernment comes in. Like, you have to be able to discern these things. There's no objective material reality to hang your truth on. Right. What is true? Is it true that the great dictators of the 20th century killed millions of people? Is it true that they got anarchism in their countries under control? Is it true that had they not been there, somebody else would have taken the reins? Right? And if somebody else would have taken the reins and things would have ended up the same way, what does that say about the actual problem of totalitarianism as such? Right. See, this is the problem, right? Because the problem isn't totalitarianism. The problem is good rulership versus bad rulership. You have a good ruler, given the same powers, you don't get the same government or governance. You don't get the same problems, right? Same powers, same control, same authority, same leadership, right? Good person, you get a good country or a good nation or a good whatever you want to call it, right? Bad person, you get bad stuff, right? Lenin was slightly better than Stalin. Killed the same number of people per year in office, but still slightly better. Why? Because of the people he didn't kill, right? Stalin's like, all you generals got to go. What? And nearly lost the war because of that one act that he did foolishly for being upset one day, right? Like, guy wanted to set the atmosphere on fire and burn the planet. I don't think Lenin wanted to do that. So, same thing. Like, there's no difference between Lenin and Stalin in terms of control or whatever on the nation or on Russia. Right? It's not really a nation. Things are so hard to talk about because we don't have good words anymore. But the propositional tyranny of the age of gnosis has destroyed them. So yeah, it's important to make that discernment. So the idea that just deceitful, inauthentic individual existence is something that can be measured to determine totalitarianism is dumb and unhelpful. And it sounds coherent because it's all abstractions, but there's no way to determine inauthenticity or deceit in any reasonable fashion in most cases. So a lot of hindsight allows you to see these things, but hindsight bias is not helpful. It actually makes you more egoic and prone to pride.
So,
What you got, Noah?
see, it's a rhetorical pattern that that Peterson will use to keep himself in the enchantment of rationality is comes up here. He uses the we. It's when he's the royal we to do it.
Yep.
Usually,
Mm-hmm.
and say like present a proposition in the Christian tradition. Christ is identified with the Logos. The Logos is the Word of God. That word transformed chaos into order at the beginning of time, and you're already he's curling back into the propositional world,
Right?
And then it's like this kind of repetitive pattern that also occurs in preachers. And I just remembered this one time where he would talk about how that he was being described as giving sermons when he was giving his Genesis comments, and he didn't he kind of was curious about that, I don't get it. Then that happens a lot, and Castle had mentioned enchantment earlier, and this is where Peterson will start to re-enchant his own perspective.
Yeah, and it's not preaching. Preaching is different from what Peterson does. Sally Joe has a better way of talking about this actually than I do. Preaching contains moralization, and Peterson actually doesn't do any of that. That's what makes him secular. I don't know why the so-called Christians don't understand these things. It's very, very unself-aware of them, and then they want to play a game of self-awareness, which just cracks me up. Apologetics is a self-awareness game, guys. You're never going to win because you ain't got it. Yeah, so that form of enchantment is logical enchantment. So you string things together using logic, which you can do, but you can string anything together logically. This is the dirty secret people don't tell you about logic. You use logic, reason, rationality to justify anything, including murdering all of a single group of people. Right? How do I know that? Because somebody did it. I don't understand. People just they would just miss what's going on. Democracy will save the world. Really, the worst evil, according to you, was elected twice. Once into office and once as dictator for life. I don't think democracy is the answer. Somehow, call me crazy, call me a democracy hater, but and these people aren't getting it. You can rationalize anything. You can make anything logical and reasonable sounding using propositions. That's actually not that hard. That is the game that we have been caught up in probably since the end of the Great Wars. Kind of the end. Great War is not ended, but the World War III idea indicates that. But wait till you see the next one. It's going to be a doozy. Let's see if the U.S. can actually stay out of it this time. That would be great. That form of enchantment is one that people don't sort of realize. It's super important. Jessmon, you live in a constitutional monarchy. Excellent. You have a king. Excellent. That's good. I do not. I live in a democratic republic. So it's a republic informed by a democracy. Yeah. Still the longest single lasting form of government, at least since the fall of the Roman Empire. So the U.S. is doing okay, all things considered. I don't know how much longer that can continue, by the way, but liberalism ain't the answer. Hopefully everybody realizes that by now. So, yeah, I mean, Peterson goes through a lot of this, to your point, Noah. People could know these things, but they refuse to. How do you know what other people can know, Dr. Peterson? Are you the arbiter of the mental capacity of other people? Because if so, that's like amazing. And this is precisely why individualism fails, right? It puts too much burden on the person, the individual person, to know, recognize, acknowledge, face, and then act on things without a reliance on symbol, ritual, mimicry of exemplars, etc. Right? There's so many tools in Anglo-Cathodoxy that you have to rely on that aren't you, that are outside of you, that are important. And Peterson just kind of throws it all on you, and then but that forces you into a dualism, because then if something's bad's happening, it has to be the result of an evil which he has predefined as intentional, willful, and knowing, and therefore it's someone else's fault. And the problem is, I agree that you have to punish the person, but you can't blame the person entirely for evil. Right? There's no other thing to do in individualism, because individuals are the thing and there's no other thing. It's partly the materialism as well. What you got, Noah?
Yeah, I the one of the like lived consequences is emotional, or becomes an oscillation between the specific, the general, like an oscillatory pattern, and that works its way into like into the material and up like it as dysregulated states, emotional states, and
it's a resonance that causes a momentum that is inherently self-destructive, because it's a dualism. And that's the result of the flat world and the binary thinking, which I have a video on binary thinking. Binary thinking is very bad. And when you hear this talk about it's this, or it's this and anti this, that's binary thinking. This is very flat world stuff. You can't get any flatter than the binary. But the binary always reduces to the nihilism. Always. You can't do anything else. And the dualism, that binary thinking and dualism is the same thing. You'll hear this pattern a lot. They'll go, I'm not a dualist, but, and then they list exactly two things. And I go, do you just not know how words work? Because at some point I got to wonder, like, do you not understand that dual just means two? And you just said, I'm not a dualist, and then listed exactly two things, which would make you a dualist. You're putting something in a dualist frame, right? So don't say, I'm not a dualist, and then throw something in a dualist frame. Okay, don't do that. It makes you a bad person. Like, it actually makes you a bad person. Don't be a bad person. You can be better, right? And so you got to watch that pattern and run away from those people right away. There's a quick heuristic. Will you miss some good stuff? You're always going to miss some good stuff. Always. I don't care. I care whether or not what you get is mostly good or mostly bad. If they're throwing something in a dualistic frame, you're going to get mostly bad every time, with complete consistency and reliability. And you won't notice because of the enchantment, the logical enchantment that we mentioned earlier. And heaven help you if they're using more enchantments. You know, like maybe they're using the calm, slow, monotone voice enchantment. Tonal enchantment is very powerful when it's coupled with logical enchantment, that just things flow and they make perfect. See, this is not good stuff. You just got to be careful with it. That's why I prefer people who have the ups and downs and inject the passion, which is its own type of enchantment you have to be careful of. But I think it's easier to spot, at least for me, right? Because I can spot what they're being passionate about and then make a discernment and a judgment on that, and then take an action. 3 lovely live streams on navigating patterns. I'm just saying. So yeah, I don't know if we can ever round this stupid chapter out, even though it's short. But I want to give it a shot. So let me go, and then I'll let you guys in a bit. So yeah, I mean, the triumph. Peterson appeals to the triumph of the unusual individual. Like, he points to his daughter, who's a wonderful person. I actually love Michaela. Not that I worship her or anything. She's got definite problems that I like. But she is an unusual individual. That's a sample bias problem, though, right? And so he's flooding you with sample bias examples of individual triumph over adversity. But again, just like with the cancer, earthquake nonsense, most people don't survive. So I don't know why you're saying that. It's interesting too, because he does mention in here Lucifer's the spirit of reason. Logic and rationality, by the way, all three of those go together. No, Peterson, you're not. It's not clicking, huh? That you're Luciferian by your own admission. And the thing is, reason is not something that's alive, because Peterson talks about it as though it's alive, and it's not older than us. That is ridiculous. We are agents of reason. Maybe not we alone are agents of reason, but that doesn't make it older than us necessarily. And also, you're going to have to prove that we are not the agents of reason. And if you want to prove that, I'm just going to tell you this absolute certainty. If you want to prove that we are not the agents of reason, you're going to run into a big problem unless you start at creation. And if you start at creation, now you have a bunch of other problems you have to solve that are going to make your reason, whether it predates us or not, completely irrelevant to the world. So you can destroy the utility of reason by proving that it preexists us if you want. But I like to win arguments, so please do that. Also, you're going to lose. You're going to lose very badly and very, very quickly. Also, I really like doing that, so feel free. I'm here for it. I'm totally here for it. It's definitely a vice of mine, and I'm all in. I'm all in. Sorry. My ability to hold back has its limits, and that's definitely one of them. Jessman, dualism with a transcendent axis might be good, though. No, because it doesn't have one. Dualism is two things. And JBP might say he is embodying the Luciferian spirit for whatever reason. By his own admission, again, it's just, and he talks about self-awareness. I'm like, well, that works when you have it, Peterson, but it doesn't work for you right now because you ain't got none, kid. I hate to break it to you. It's too bad. It's too bad because most of his work is excellent. And he goes into this whole thing, what saves is willingness to learn from what you don't know. That's completely incorrect. What saves is proper action. Knowing has nothing to do with it. This is why ritual works and how ritual works. This is explicit too. It's not just explicit, we'll say, in Anglo-Orthodox theology. It's explicit all over the place. Goodness is independent of knowledge. And you can ask, how do you know? Because it's two different words. Like, it really is not that hard, guys. It's really not. Like, we have different words because they're different concepts and they point to different things. Sometimes you can use two different words in a way where they are pointing at the same thing. I understand that. But the development of two different words means there's a development of two different concepts. Sorry, it is the way it is. And you don't need to split that up further, for example, because it's already been done. Like, the work has been done by the collective cognition through time, which is much smarter than you are anyway. So why do you think you can split things up better? That's ridiculous. And totalitarianism means complete. It's got nothing to do with discovery. I don't know where Peterson got that from. The world is not complete, though. It's not set. It's not some unchanging reality to which we must conform. This is the scientific view, by the way, that this idea, correspondence theory, right? That we have to correspond to reality, and that aligns the world, or we align to the pre-existing reality, or that's nonsense. The reality is unfolding as a result of our cooperation, right? If I read a book, the reality is I read the book. If I don't read the book, then that reality doesn't manifest. You see, it's not that hard to figure out, really, which is why I wonder why people don't understand it. But reality is unfolding as a result of our cooperation, our participation, and that can be for the good, the true, and the beautiful, or not. And that's the important discernment that Peterson, or one of the many important discernments that Peterson is missing, particularly in this chapter. So it's nice to say, tell the truth, but it's harder to determine what that is and when that matters and what part of the truth to tell. Like, I can't tell you the truth of World War II. There's too many people involved to tell you all the things that all the people did, or even all the things that all the important people did that were important, exceeds your lifetime already. But what is you got to leave something out of the story. I'm sorry, like you can't encapsulate the entire past in the entire present. The past is bigger than the present. I don't understand why people don't inherently understand these things. And the future is way bigger than the past plus the present, which is even more interesting. It's asymmetry all the way down in all three, not two domains, right? And yeah, I mean, before I go into the last section, and I still have way more notes than I can imagine, who would like to step in and add to anything in the manipulate the world section?
So I just want to quickly ask: is this the same section where he talks about like the painfulness and destabilization of seeing truth, or is that later?
I think that's
like,
at the end. I think that's in the truth instead section.
Okay, so no, I have nothing to contribute until the next section.
Okay, that's fine. We got to wrap it up anyway. I could not have imagined. I'll be happy if we can fit this into 4 hours. I apologize to my audience, but also I don't do half things halfway. Sorry. Ever.
I think I warned people like a week or two ago.
You did. You did. I could not have imagined that he would have made this many mistakes that needed this much unraveling, to be honest. And hopefully the next 2 weeks will not be so bad in the last 4 chapters here. But yeah, okay. So the truth instead is the last sort of section in this chapter. Reliance on tradition does not help us with our aims, as Peterson claims. That's ridiculous. It helps us form our body and keep our body and hold our body. It enables us to interact with the world in a way that doesn't degrade in light of entropy. And to Noah's excellent point earlier in the last chapter, ritual is more about memory than anything else, and more about helping our memory and forming our memory and helping us conform to our memory. And Peterson doesn't understand any of these concepts, unfortunately, because for him, memory is just some chemical process going on in the brain or something, probably. I don't know. He never talks about it. Vervaeke talks about Cogsai has discovered 4 types of memory. That's wrong, but whatever. We're not here to destroy Vervaeke's work. I can do that too easily without a book. So we won't be going down that road, even though I love his work dearly and it's been extremely helpful. Aim does not require direction. Aim requires orientation. By definition, by the way, so I don't know how he got this wrong. He's probably not a sailor. Aim requires orientation. Direction is flat, right? That's the flat world. Again, sneaking into Peterson's thought. I don't know where this comes. Like, I don't understand what these people are talking about. I don't know if they just didn't take geometry or like, I just don't understand what's going on. They should read the book Flatland. Everybody should read the book Flatland. Flatland is an excellent book. Once you read Flatland, or at least the first part of it, even, I think, you will probably be able to, if you're able to at all, and maybe you're never going to be able to, fair enough. Like, not everybody can do everything. You will be able to see the flat world people better and why it's a problem. And another way to sort of engage with this is I have 2 different videos on perspective. They're both animations, by the way. One was just released recently. You should check those out. Castle worked very hard on the second one, which we're very grateful to him for, because you want to talk about struggle and suffering. He went through it to get that done. So we applaud him for that, all that effort. Peterson says your worth is determined by how much truth you can tolerate. That's wrong. I don't know where the hell anybody would get such a ridiculous thing. You don't know the truth. So that can't be possible. Your worth has to be determined, because value is a negotiation, by your participation with yourself, with others, and with the world. That's the 3 frames. I have a video about that. If you don't believe me, you should watch that wonderful video on the 3 frames. It's great. It'll help you understand the world better. You can also watch the entire models playlist that I have, because that'll also help you understand these things. Perspective, flat world, and the difference between direction and aim in particular are all covered in that playlist in various points. So yeah, I mean, Peterson should watch them. Maybe he learned something, maybe. But yeah, I don't know where you got this. Your worth is determined by how much truth you can handle nonsense. I don't know how you determine that. Like, how would you measure that? How would you, like, we have arguments regularly over the truth. These people who are having arguments over what is true are making these claims about the truth. And I'm like, but you can't even define it or determine it. You've got both problems. Those are 2 different problems. And you're telling me that this is how you measure someone's worth? Then we've got bigger problems than you think. I don't measure people's worth that way, by the way. It may help me determine where they belong in the hierarchy, sure, but it doesn't help me measure their worth. You can be worth more just by moving yourself into the hierarchy and the better place that's better suited for you. It may not be what you want, but if you want to increase your worth, you may have to give up your wants to be better. It's possible. It's sort of a theme that Peterson talks about tangentially. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that right. And then Peterson goes into logos as word. That's nonsense. That's more age of gnosis. That's more propositional tyranny. Anyone calling the logos the word is a propositional tyranny. Like, that's where it's born from. Please don't do that. I don't want to be trapped in propositional tyranny with you, because I don't need to be, and you're stupid. It's that simple. Don't hold me down with your stupidity. Hold yourself down with your stupidity. That's fine. You can do that. Yeah, I think I'll stop there before I try to finish it out, although I have several more lines of ridiculous notes. What you got, Castle? You get anything for this first part?
I think so. So the yeah, I mean, if I'm actually in the right section, because again, this was kind of at the point. It took me like 3 days, I think, to get through the reading on these 2 chapters. That you talked about paying attention to your words and your actions, and like being very using that as an opportunity for awareness of your errors, so that you can kind of make these things. I mean, a lot of these chapters come down to is attention. I think it's probably even, just spoilers, the last couple chapters are probably going to be very heavily on that. So it's sort of this through line, this thing of, he talks about like the attentive son restoring the vision and everything. So this again is sort of like the, there was a word that it starts with an R. It's not renewal. There's some sort of thing about like rejuvenating.
Rejuvenation, revivification,
yeah. That so just this is that you can't actually really revivify something without actually attending to it and being aware of what the things are, and then addressing the issues. He has the thing now. I don't exactly know what the context was on this, but he talks about the elusive, unforgivable sin against the Holy Spirit. Just for the folks at home, that's final impenitence. So if anyone is ever like confused about that, the reason why it's elusive is because you can get there from a bunch of different places, but it's actually like the thing itself is simple, but like it's obstinacy in a vice, or in pride, or identification against, or despair, or apostasy, or whatever. But just when people bring that up, because I've noticed, I think like academics sort of bringing this up and they just kind of toss it out there, but that's actually what it means, is final impenitence. And I wanted to kind of mention that because I don't really know what that was related to, aside from maybe like the theme of like deceiving yourself or something like that.
Right.
But yeah, it just seemed kind of out of place, so I just wanted to kind of mention that here. And then some of these things I had already mentioned before, just this thing of like transforming goals over time by recognizing new information and the errors that you might have made. It was kind of similar to like the the naive fantasy of the retirement and that sort of thing. And then to your point of the like being able to have more value by recognizing your place within the hierarchy and then taking it. I mean, that is, like sometimes I'll interchangeably use self-knowledge and humility as sort of the same thing. And I have reasons for that. I'm not going to, extend this another 2 hours. But, there is this thing of kind of like the improper choice of vocation of, like, okay, I want this particular thing. I need to have this type of career or something like that. And that in itself winds up sort of incapacitating your ability to do good in the world because you have not taken the proper place that's best suited to your qualities and what is needed in your environment.
It goes all the way down. Right.
Yeah.
Well, then you can't pick and choose, right? Because some people have, like some people would make good accountants and good programmers. That's not unusual. Actually, most of the best old school graybeard programmers were accountants who learned programming, right? But you can't do both, right? And so where are you better, right? And this is where people get into problems is, maybe they're autodidacts or they think they are, and they have many skills or they think they do, worse yet, like programming, which most people can't do at all, much less well. And then they want to do that instead of something that maybe they're good enough at, but isn't needed by, right? And it's like, well, but we don't need you for that, right? And this is the problem that entrepreneurs get into all the time, right? You get somebody who's a really good programmer, but they're terrible at marketing, right? And then it's like, but you just hire somebody who's good at marketing and let them do their thing and don't interfere, right? And entrepreneurs have a really hard time with that because usually they want to control everything, right? And so they struggle with things like, or bringing new people on in general to do things because they want things done their way. It just turns out, you can't do everything. That's why you have other people, and the conflict happens. Right. All right. Should I continue onward? Noah, you got something?
This is towards the end of the section. Peterson says a lot to like the life is suffering idea in juxtaposition with what truth can alleviate, right. And brings in what that does is is create space for the idea of like the big, what he goes on to next is the big why. And he goes on to the big why, and this is like what we're saying is you have to form a mind that would accept those. I accept a world where the big why could exist. And he misses he then goes on to miss that point.
Right.
And reframe it in like in terms of like the human capacity for imagination and fantasy.
Right.
And this is and then asks like the negative frame of that of why not why, and in like he's like wrestling with something he doesn't have to in order to make his point. So it's like what that does is perpetuate the individual frame. So like in would say when you're encountering that pattern, you're like, as someone, I guess you're listening, like, you're in the frame. You're in the individual. The individual frame is there.
Right.
And any truth that comes to you in that frame is probably trying to keep you there.
It can't break you out of it. That's the problem. Yeah. The framing really determines how far you can go. That's why starting points matter. And framing is part of your starting point. Right. It's not the only part of your starting point, but it's a big factor in starting points. So yeah, the enchantment of logic, reason, rationality means when he's stuck in the individual frame that he struggles with something, to your point, that it's already resolved. Like, you don't need to go down that path. But he has to go down that path because he's reliant on that formulation and that starting point of individual middle out thinking that, again, I have a video on, which is rather nice. So yeah, and then it's weird, right? Because he says, the choices are rebirth or descent into hell. That's not true. Like, it's dualistic. Again, without work, entropy wins. With work, though, you may only stay how you are, which is infantilized. This goes back to maturity forever. And so again, there's 3 states, not 2. Right? There's the state of staying where you are. There's the state of not working, where you degrade. And then there's the state of exceeding where you are, right? Which that's 3 different conditions. I don't know where Peterson's getting the 2 condition thing from, other than he's a crazy dualist who's stuck in dualism for absolutely no good reason. And he goes into this, pick up the heaviest thing and carry it. And yeah, but you have to know what impact you're going to have, please. Like, do so wisely, right? Do so with discernment. Self accomplishment is still a vice of your passions, right? And so yeah, self-accomplishment is better than your video game reality nothingness, where you save the imaginary princess from the imaginary fantasy world, whose rules you've submitted to that you didn't write, by the way. Or you could submit to something higher than your fantasy video game reality. I'll be trying to do videos on that at some point. Hopefully I'll get some recorded this week. And he talks about paying attention, working, but it only works if you can afford it. And that's how poverty perpetuates. A lot of poverty is perpetuated by your inability to afford to pay attention to things that would get you out of poverty. They call that like the poverty mindset and stuff. That's real. But some of that, there's a reason why low IQ in particular, not high IQ does not correlate this way, by the way. Low IQ correlates with income negatively, right? The dumber you are, the less income you generally have, right? The less wealth you have, the less wealth you can keep. That is true. The opposite is not true. The smarter you are, the more money you have. No, not even close. In fact, it's anti-correlate. Intelligence is anti-correlates with money. So as you go up the funnel, it's a funnel. It's not right. Funnel of IQ. The top half has different rules from the bottom half. Sorry, just the way it is. And so, yeah, everybody with a high school diploma and an IQ of 100 generally can make an average wage. That's what the average wage is, roughly speaking. That's actually how it gets determined. That's also a trick of the measures that you're using, and using Gaussian curves, which don't represent nature, instead of Cauchy distributions. Again, see my latest animation for more on how that works out in a very practical way. I use memes to sort of demonstrate that, or a meme in particular. So this idea of paying attention, this is not the solve that he seems to think it is. And seeing means moving, but moving towards a goal doesn't mean transformation. I mean, that's just wrong. It's better than not doing so, maybe, but it's again, this isn't going to save the world. Seeing mean moving and moving towards a goal. It won't necessarily transform you, and it doesn't necessarily have to. This is where people get confused on ritual. Ritual is movement without transformation, right? And that's the problem. No, Gaussian curves are evil. Well, they're manufactured, right? They're deliberately even distributions, and the world is not an even distribution, right? That's equality doctrine. The world is distributed as with the Pareto principle, or in a Cauchy curve. Those are actually related, and that's the problem. Sally Joe, what people with different skills need to help people with different skills, and equality is cruel. Oh, who would have known? Exactly. It's funny. It's the founding principle of Marxism, and all the Marxists don't understand it. If there is to each unto his need from each according to his ability, then it's fundamentally not equal, guys. And why are you trying to equalize it if it's not equal? Also, any form of equality destroys all of the underlying principles of your quote evolutionary theory set completely. So don't know why you guys are into equality and into evolution at the same time. The two are mutually exclusive. Just to let you know, said it hundreds of times before. I'll probably say it thousands more times because these morons seem to hold both views at the same time. And I don't know how. It's a performative contradiction, technically. Saying. Yeah, and at some point, what Peterson's talking about is just the rediscovery of the Protestant work ethic or the recapitulation of it in language. And Peterson seems to think people can consider all the elements that motivate them. That is psychological voodoo bullshit. That's what that is. Psychological voodoo bullshit. You can't consider the elements that motivate them. Can't go into why would you want to succeed at getting into the school that you applied for. No one thinks that way. The fact that you can rationalize it that way just means you can rationalize anything. That's all it means. I can rationalize anything, by the way. So if you want to play that game, reach out to me in the comments or whatever. We'll set up a time. I'll do it right on a live stream for you all day long about anything because I'm that good at it. And it's just not that hard for me. I understand other people can't do the trick. I get that. I can do the trick all day long without effort. So yeah, if you don't believe me, that's fine. I'll do the trick in front of you. Not hard. Not hard. People used to do that with, justify eugenics. I'm like, why? That's already been done. But I'll do it differently if you want. I could do it 7, 8 different ways. It's not hard. It's wrong. It's bad, evil, and wrong, and immoral and unethical. But it's not hard to do with logic, reason, and rationality. It's not going to save you from evil. Those things are not going to save you from evil. And again, it's living in accordance with the truth, revealed truth. How will it reveal itself? How do you know if you're living in accordance with it, even if it does reveal it? That's self-referential BS. Existence is not good. Existence is struggle. Being is good, which is far above mere existence. Existence is kind of like being immature and staying level and never getting better. Being is way above that. That's why having children matures you on average, but not everybody. I've got examples of that. I can point you at people, children. Clearly, it didn't help them. Goals limit chaos because they define a body. Peterson doesn't have this body concept down at all. Fair enough. Never heard him talk about it. And well-articulated, well-defined ends are not true or the truth. I don't know why he said that. It's just wrong. It's completely incorrect. If Buddha said life is suffering, and he may well have because he's a bit of an idiot, his life was not suffering. He left his wife and child and his kingdom and his role as a leader because he's a moron. So let's not go to Buddha. Bad exemplar of pretty much every good thing in the world, Buddha, right? In fact, so bad that you're supposed to run him over if you see him on the road. So I don't know, man, like not the guy you want to exemplify. I wouldn't talk about him at all. This Western Buddhism is absolute poison to the world. Absolute poison. You don't need the little lie for the big lie. This is an error that rationalists make. The big lie works perfectly well on its own. In fact, it works better if the only lie you tell is a big lie. People get fooled by that constantly. Peterson is to some extent kind of guilty of this, actually. It's sort of ironic that he says the little lie makes the big lie. No. Little lies do not add up to big lies. The world is pretty resilient, and little lies, little inconsistencies, little incorrectnesses, they don't necessarily spiral out of control. Of course, you have to put work in to make that not happen. You have to be accepting of the little lies to get to the big truths. Sorry, I don't know where Peterson got that. And then he goes into this things fall apart thing over and over again, which is great, but that's just a statement that entropy exists. I kind of already knew that. He talks about this hitting the wall of reality. which is ironic. When I was much younger, say 17, I used to talk about the red brick wall of reality coming to meet you, and how you keep bashing your head into it over and over again. That was my little pre-meme. So yeah, the red brick wall of reality was big with me. I used to talk like that all the time. I still trot it out every once in a while. So I kind of appreciated that. Also, you haven't defined what reality is, what that brick wall is, right? But reality is that which objects to your subjective experience in part, not in whole. I'm not making a full definition of reality because it's all about participation as well. Being itself is susceptible to my manipulations, thus it deserves no respect. I think you need to replace that with reality. But that's just fundamentalism shining through, right? You can run into, well, I shouldn't respect reality because I can manipulate it all day long. People do that constantly, but that's bad. I don't know why Peterson thinks that's being. That's incorrect. I don't know why he's confusing being and reality there. Constant failure causes resentment, and you can misread your doing something and having it fail as a constant failure, especially if you keep changing what you're doing and lack consistency and lack courage, which we went over earlier. And Peterson thinks that speech is an act. Speech is not an act. It's the result of an action. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much rounds out this chapter for me. Castle, you got anything to round out the chapter?
Yeah, I've got just sort of my closing notes here. Just a note about the thing of, manipulation and deceit, I guess, as like a default mode or something that's being actively willed, being a disrespect for being. So this thing of, if you're truly trying to live, recognizing that being is good, then manipulating things, he mentions like trivial meanness, circumventing responsibility, camouflaging corruption, these sorts of things. All of those things are you're disrespecting that notion that being is good. If you're going and saying like, okay, well, yes, being is good, but also I want to skew your perception of it more towards what I want. It's like, no, well,
I would say that's more reality though, not being. See, this is where Peterson's describing reality and then saying, well, you can lie about reality. That's true. You can, because being can do that. Right. I mean, it is contrary to the being is good principle, but this is just proof in my mind that he is a creation denier. He doesn't understand the creation and the significance of it having happened first. Like, he doesn't understand any of those things. And so he can't acquiesce to being as good. And so he's describing reality and misidentifying it as being, in my opinion. But please continue with your point.
Yeah, no, I think that's accurate. I guess I'm sort of, and again, this is one of those things, you get terms and you have different sets of toolboxes. So coming from where I am referring to being and then making a point based on that, I'm not necessarily agree with the point that Peterson is making in the book. Sure. And I think that's where the difficulty is. A lot of times, it's very difficult to delineate these things, because I'll, go and understand something based on my own understanding, obviously. And then I just, it's tough to step over to what
the book club is all about enhancing your discernment by watching other people's discernment from their personal private perspectives, and then seeing a larger perspective exemplified in that process. So fair enough.
Absolutely. So it's very helpful for me. And then this, I think, it is a nice little note, this thing of, most lies are acted out rather than told. You have these things of people, there's, again, to Noah's point, like the sins of omission, this sort of thing, deliberate deceptions that are done. You talked about, there's a lot more to communication than just spoken language. And of course, there's all of these signals that are constantly going out. And of course, you can do a lot of deception. Again, with everything from
enchantment. Gets there. He gets
Yeah.
there to the primacy of action over words, and then he never makes the leap. He never makes the
Mhm.
connections, even though he says all the right things. It's a
Yeah.
fascinating book in that aspect.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, he has, he uses an example that's kind of similar to one I've used. He talks about a single drop of sewage in a large container of champagne. I usually use like rat, how many drops of rat poison in your coffee before you're not willing to drink it. These sorts of things. And it is the case that, yeah, you can wind up little by little kind of poisoning things just by allowing bits of corruption to kind of seep in, not revivifying it. And he's got a point here that he talks about, when you pursue a goal, and I'm also kind of filling in a little bit of my what I put into the note, but when you pursue a goal without proper motivation or aim, or maybe you're pursuing a lower goal than what you should be pursuing, that the soul will reject the tyranny of your will. And I just want to kind of relate that to the previous point of hedonism. And that was also to the story that I told earlier about what I experienced this week, where it's just these little acted out things, sometimes not even necessarily in words, but also even like, okay, the way that I even presented that information was designed to mislead. That was a sort of disrespect. And if you're truly paying attention, if you're actually watching your actions and words and stuff, you actually can feel that rejection in a certain sense. Like you feel like an interior disharmony or a separation or something like that. And it's a nasty feeling. So I think just in general, just as my sort of parting thought for this chapter, that's something just to especially pay attention to that type of thing, and try to avoid deliberately doing any of those types of actions or words that could in effect you're still doing the thing of pursuing what's expedient.
Right.
It's better to just kind of like take the hit and instead of like you're also allowing the I guess the reverse of, instead of pursuing like the hedonistic, I want pleasure in the moment and I don't care about later, also just accepting that, okay, yes, this is going to suck right now. And maybe it won't actually. That sometimes you wind up, if you have a bad conception of a particular thing, you might just be projecting, and you actually may not wind up having that negative outcome that you were expecting. And if you try so hard to avoid whatever sacrifice that was by creating a bunch of work for yourself, then you wind up, making more discomfort in the long term.
Right. And I just want to point out some of these, we'll call them Anglo-Catholic themes, that you keep pointing to, that run as threads through all the chapters. That's a good indication that those ways of thinking about the world are superior to the ways that Peterson is giving you. It's like, I'm not going to make the claim because I don't have to at this point. But also, maybe having a simpler system for understanding the world that was already created by a distributed cognition through time that's superior to any of the others, in fact, all of the others combined, is just easier. And you can just submit to that and not have to work through it for yourself like Peterson clearly struggles with. So, yeah, Noah, what do you get to round out the chapter before I go into implementation, and then we kind of do our closing reflection and our statement of change?
And
Nothing?
this Peterson's calibration here is to some is actually is to his how he's learned to interact with the observations that he's made. So as you listen to Peterson, listen for when he's talking about, when he's speaking, he's not necessarily aware of that he's walking you through a tour of his experience.
Right.
so the the truth that he's speaking about, he's considering the speech and observation as substantially real.
Yeah.
And
Also, just to boost your point a bit, like he's doing the academic thing where he's
yeah,
worked it out for himself, even though, to your point, he's not calibrating on anything in either of these chapters. Rather explicitly, I would add, right? He's just saying, like, align yourself to the truest thing and then everything will be fine. And it's like, but you're not defining any of these terms. And so I can't align myself to something you didn't define, and you didn't define the measure. So even if you defined one of them, that wouldn't help. You need to define at least 3 more things. And he doesn't have definitions for them. So he's very much psychologically projecting, ironically enough. I don't know why they don't talk about that as the number one psychological factor is projection, but he's psychologically projecting his perception of his solutions from his personal private perspective and giving them to everybody else. And again, like there's a lot of utility here. So, so yeah, let's get to the utility and then we can do the closing reflection and statement of change. And I can weep that we went way over 4 hours somehow. But I'll do that my own time. So yeah, I mean, look, the theme for both of these chapters, in my opinion, is discernment. I would say the other theme is discernment, and the other theme is discernment. I mean, yes, try to tell the truth, or rather, try to tell a useful truth. Okay, the sky is blue is telling the truth. It's just not useful in this context. You see how that works? The truth is not some magical, mystical thing that solves a problem. Lots of things are true and useless. In fact, most true things are also useless. Now, true things will have a use somewhere at some point in some circumstance. That's 3 conditions. So what you have to pay attention to is where the conditions are. So you need to pay attention to the world. And one way to do that is to get feedback from others, right? This is where trolling fails. It ignores all feedback. That's why people identify people who don't listen as trolls, sometimes incorrectly. Sometimes trolls definitely don't listen on purpose, but not all people who don't listen are trolls, obviously. So you always run into these little asymmetries everywhere. So for me, you should try to conform yourself with a pragmatic, not a utilitarian. Pragmatists are not utilitarians. With a pragmatic approach to what you say, when you say it, how you say it, and why you say it. Okay. So again, telling Castle that, which is true, that he did a great job editing my book is fantastic. This is not the time and place. It doesn't really help him. It makes him look better on camera right now. Maybe it feeds his ego a bit. Was that the right truth at the right time in the right place? No, it wasn't. But Castle can handle it, so I'm not too worried about it. So that is what you need to do, because the world is attention. And if the world is bad, change your attention. And if you don't know how, and you probably don't, which is how you got into that situation to begin with, see how self-reference helps you? That's the only useful part of it. If you're stuck somewhere, you're stuck and you need help outside. Okay. Right, go get help from outside. And look, not everybody who helps you is going to be of a help to you. Oh, well, like you live in an imperfect world with imperfect people, which you are one of. You're not going to make any progress down that chain. So just keep engaging with people and learning what you can about where you're at. And sometimes when people tell you, don't worry about it, just do what I say, that's still the right answer. As uncomfortable as it may be for you, it may be the best answer for you. It may change your life and make it so much better that it hurts. So, Castle, do you have any implementation advice based on this chapter before we move to Noah?
No, I think I would probably I would just support everything that you just said. A lot of what I mentioned in my previous notes, I think were pretty much it. Just to echo you, focus on the discernment, be aware of what you're actually saying and doing. It's not necessary to always be like. I guess maybe what I would probably add to this is being aware that you can put yourself in occasions of falling into these traps. And so that's another place where you can apply your discernment is, not just, oh, something is happening and then now I need to discern my way through this. Is like, okay, maybe don't even put yourself in that position at all. Like sometimes it's okay to not engage in the conversation or not to deal with these people if you know that you're going to have to, or that they're going to put you in some sort of situation that is going to be difficult or something like that. It's okay to to win the fight by never getting into it, type of thing.
Exactly.
So that would be my only addition here.
That's a good addition. Yeah, the Sun Tzu trick. Yeah. Noah, what you got for us for implementation stuff?
Those are both excellent. I is that like when you when learning to discern and the authority, the maps of authority or relationships of authority which are weighed out to you and around you don't need to match up to they may not match up to it's the word to reality. Like you might really be more mature than all of the people you're grouped with, which wasn't something that you did.
Yeah, or smarter, or faster, or whatever. Right, exactly.
And that kind of discernment is really worth paying attention to.
Yeah.
And learning learning from, because it can be confusing to encounter that position, whereas a signals like socially that you're grouped that way, and then this, what you're observing is that that doesn't actually correspond. And
well said. All right, well, it's going to take 30 seconds of closing reflection. This part's actually really important, guys, so please join us. And then after that, we'll do a statement of change, which will be, what will you actually change based on what you learned today. And again, feel free to participate in the live chat or in the comments if you're watching this after we're live. So yeah, let's just give it about 30 seconds of real reflection to absorb what we've been talking about. All right, that was about 30 seconds. So statement of change. I guess I will go first. Look, I think that it's important to recalibrate your attention, and you need other people to help you do that. It's a calibration. You can't do it by yourself. Calibration can't be done by a single point. And so I'm going to take some time myself to recalibrate my attention to sort of facilitate the engagement with pursuing what's meaningful and trying to tell the truth, or at least not lying. Castle, what you got for us?
Yeah, I think mine is going to be very similar. I think you can certainly pursue what's meaningful and not what's expedient by just focusing on the truth. So sort of related actually to my evening meditation material from just last night, not 24 hours ago. Something that I was looking at is this thing of just being averse to any trick or lie. I mean, of course, there's humor and these sorts of things within a context that everybody knows that like law and order, like that's not it's stupid. Like that was kind of like a little bit of a trick in the sort of sense of like trick or treat or whatever. But really kind of making an additional effort to avoid occasions of even being in a place where I might feel like I have to manipulate my way out of something, if it's possible to have that kind of foresight. And then also just kind of focusing on a sort of grounding of knowing, okay, if insofar as I can apprehend what's true and what I should be attending to, that if there's a sort of incongruity, if I'm encountering people that are maybe themselves focusing on manipulation or lies or something like that, to not allow myself to get kind of caught up in the whirlwind of that. This is sort of a danger, I guess, of when there are people that slander or lie or do whatever sort of manipulation. Sometimes if you go and try to combat them at their own game, like they're already, even if you try to defend yourself in a certain sense, a lot of times, in the same way that lies can be done a lot better by the nonverbal communication, also truth can be communicated very well non-verbally. So
Right.
I think I would like to probably focus a little bit more on, even if I have the sense like I should sort of defend myself, maybe do that a little bit more implicitly. Rather than going and trying to immediately jump to, oh, this person said a falsehood about me or whatever, let me address that, and then now we're in an argument. And it's just, I mean, this is now I have put myself in an embrace with the vampire. And it's just like, no, like you can just stand over there. I don't need to engage with you. I'm not going to take the bait.
Good. I like that. Noah, statement of change. What participants will actually change based on what they learned. Do you have something, one or two things?
Hey, that is participating in reality it carries this connotation that's not a different connotation than being in I and I kind of take this inward perspective on where I've jumped between like what would fit the reality that I found without fully being calibrating with people and environments whom would bring towards would actually weed into being, and
Mhm.
and it's and so caused a lot of extra baggage, and letting the not trying to save face for other people who just may not be other people, for trying to save face and being and being something. Try to do better and like calibrate with people who are in where I really fit in.
Yeah. Good. That's good.
Like,
All right.
like this book club.
Yeah. No, it's good. I'm glad to have you here. You had some great insights. I really appreciate you showing up. Hopefully you show up next time for rules 9 and 10. Assume the person you're listening to might know something you don't, and be precise in your speech. Thank you everybody for participating in the live chat. We do appreciate it. And sorry for the length, but also this is Dr. Peterson's fault. So I take no responsibility for having to make his stuff better, because that's what we're all about, guys. Like the goal here ultimately is for you to be better because the world needs you, right? And the world needs you, so be better. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a wonderful week. I hope to see you next week for the next 2 chapters. We're nearing the end. Watch everything. Watch all of the videos I mentioned in this video, and have a great week. Take care.